This
We've been having
conference will
these
now be
meetings. This is
recorded.
the meeting is being recorded. We started these meetings 20 years ago. And we want to thank the Bonneville Power Administration and the Fish and Wildlife Service for funding the 100th Meridian Group. Put your contact information or say hello in the chat, please. We won't go around and do introductions. So just put your name and organization and where you're from, geographic location, etc., into chat. And I will now turn it over to our coordinator, Leah, and we'll get going with the meeting. Glad to be here. Thanks, folks.
Right, welcome everybody. My name is Leah Elwell with Invasive Species Action Network and contractor for Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. So thank you for joining us today. We have, lots of information to share today and also tomorrow with you guys. Just a couple of little housekeeping items. This is the go-to meeting app. So if you don't bounce around in this thing often, there is a little like a hand button at the bottom left for reacting. I think there's some clapping and smiling and those kinds of things. But if you want to ask a question, please put that in the chat, which is in the opposite corner. So the top right, there's a little call out box where a lot of you guys are putting your names in there. But that's where we want to ask questions. And you are, of course, able to unmute yourself at will. But please, if you are not speaking or asking a question, keep yourself on mute. And same for, the camera is kind of a thing, like it's a bit distracting for during presentation time, but you're welcome to take it off during questions, etc. So yes, this meeting is being recorded and we will have it posted on the westernais.org website after the meeting concludes at the end of this week. So without further ado, we're going to jump in here at this first section of the agenda. We're going to just update you on a few CRB activities, and then we'll have a few presentations from some folks across the region, take a break, and then jump into some our monitoring forum information. So with that, Lisa, I would like to Lisa, will you be sharing slides today?
Yes.
Okay, I will make you presenter. So Lisa Debricare is with Creative Resource Strategies and also a contractor for PSMFC. And she's going to be talking about the call before you haul, the progress on that. I'm sure many of you kind of are aware of this, but she's going to kind of give a little overview and tell you where this program is headed. So go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, thanks so much, Leah. As Leah mentioned, I'll just be giving you guys an update on the Call Before You Haul program. It's a program that Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission initiated in November of last year to target the AIS watercraft pathway. Just a quick reminder to folks that we've really been tracking the source of fouled watercraft since about 2012. We've been trying to determine where the bulk of these infested watercraft infested with dracenids are coming from. Most are coming from the Colorado River Basin, as well as the Great Lakes states and Texas. And there has, of course, been an increase in the number of dracenid-infested boats intercepted by the Columbia River Basin states. So this is a problem that has not been going away, and one that we've been really wanting to target in terms especially of commercial watercraft and little mom and pop shops. So what we did briefly is that we just developed a variety of outreach materials, window cling stickers, flyers, press releases, social media posts, all kinds of things that would help get the word out that we're trying to target boat haulers and let them know that there is a new toll-free number that they can call to get in touch with a state AIS coordinator and learn how to get their boat inspected and decontaminated if need be. So the goal has been to work with every state in the nation and work with their Departments of Transportation, Department of Highway Patrol, and Department of Motor Vehicles to see if we can get the word out, because those are the agencies that distribute the permits for boat haulers to be able to haul boats across interstate lines. I'll just show a couple of examples before I give you the update. So in terms of Wisconsin, the Wisconsin Department of Transportation, I actually added the verbiage to the condition of the permit when they give it out. Here's an example from Colorado where they've got a big section on their website on towing or hauling a boat, and they provided the toll-free number on their bulletin. Here's an example of Iowa, the Motor Carrier Division. They've got a section on boat hauler information. Here's Kentucky. They've got a special section where you can click on call before you haul. What I wanted to do now to give you the update is to share with you how we're dealing with these calls that come into this 24/7 toll-free line. It comes in two ways. One of the ways it comes in is in a very brief message, where someone just says, I've got questions. I got a boat. I want to take it to, in this example, Idaho. I need some information. When we get calls like that with very little information, I contact the destination state AIS coordinator, in this case, Nick Zerflu, and I say, Nick, this one's for you. This guy's got a boat coming your way. I don't know where it's coming from. Can you call him? And if the boat needs to be inspected or decontaminated, take care of that. The second kind of call we're getting in is the one that has all of the information. The size boat, the type boat, where it's coming from, where it's going to, how long it's been out of the water, when it's being transported, when it's going to arrive at its destination state. When we get a complete report like this, which is about 40% of the time, I develop a regional watercraft movement notice and put it through the regional watercraft inspection database that is managed by the state of Colorado. Then all states along the route are notified. And this is an example of the type of alert that's created. This was a boat traveling from Lake Mojave towards the state of Washington. Excuse me, when I put it in the regional database, sorry, I got a frog in my throat. You can see that the watercraft notice is made, and then also the original notification is also included. So where are we in this process? 7 months later, we have all states in the nation participating that are green on this map. The yellow states have not yet committed, and the only state that has chosen not to participate is the great state of New Hampshire, live free or die. I do think that once we have the majority of states in the nation participating in the program, that New Hampshire will rethink their decision and they will participate. So, in conclusion, our next steps are to leave no state or province behind. We want to continue to focus on the priority source states. And right now, those states are in the bullseye are Texas, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Kansas. If we can get all of those 4 states participating, I'm really not as concerned about everything east of the Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana line at this point, because we've got several solid vertical lines of states in green that can help us serve as a safety net. But we've got to get Texas. We have got to get Texas. They are one of the key states that is a source state for infested boats coming to the Pacific Northwest. We also want to expand the program to Canada, continue our coordination with the watercraft inspection and decontamination station managers. We are trademarking call before you haul. That is in process. It's about a 9-month process to get that trademark. And we also want to continue to outreach to state fish and wildlife agencies. We are finding a strong correlation between state agencies that have a robust call before you haul presence, state fish and wildlife agencies, and the state departments of transportation that are promoting the program. Those two go hand in hand. And we also want to consider, I guess I'm recommending this at this point, consider this program as a model for how we can address other AIS, especially those that move across interstate lines. And what we've been emphasizing to all the states is if the Call Before You Haul program is successful, it will help protect all states and provinces from the introduction and spread of aquatic AIS. So we keep plugging away. I'm hoping we have all states in the nation by the end of September at the latest. Thank you, Leah.
Excellent, Lisa. Thank you so much. Does anybody have a question for Lisa about the program? If you do, you can pop it into the chat and I can call on you to unmute yourself. Okay. Seeing no questions or no hands raised, etc. Thank you so much, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now it's to me here. I want to share my screen here briefly. I just wanted to give you guys a little update. Sorry, make presenter. Okay, I just wanted to let you guys know what was going on in terms of rapid response planning in the Columbia Basin. As you know, many of you have been involved in rapid response exercises over the years, and that is continuing. So last fall, we were in the great state of Montana at Fort Peck Reservoir. But however, I'm here to tell you that this year plans are in the works. We have been working diligently with Nevada Department of Wildlife, Kevin Netcher. So we will be heading to Wild Horse Reservoir in October to conduct an exercise. And if you're not sure and you're wondering about Nevada and the Columbia River Basin, I included this little map just to give you somewhat of a bird's eye view of where Wild Horse sits, which is actually within the Columbia Basin. So it's in that northern, almost at the border there between Nevada and Idaho. So this is going to be an interesting exercise. We have, as usual, multiple entities with jurisdiction and management responsibilities. So multiple state agencies with Nevada, but then also a strong presence with the Shoshone-Paiute tribes there, and also with the Bureau of Reclamation and also the Fish and Wildlife Service. So like I said, plans are underway. We're excited to see where this leads. This would be the first exercise that has been conducted for Drastinnid rapid response in Nevada. So there's a lot of great things to be learned at the outcomes of this. So stay tuned on that. And then just as a reminder, I like to plug this in case we have new folks that are joining meetings. There are a number of resources that can be really helpful to all kinds of entities, not only within the CRB, but across the West and elsewhere. So those are all housed on the westernais.org website. So there's rapid response plans that are there for the basin. There's other states also that are included there. There's after action reports. So these are the outcomes from the in-person exercises. These are reports that reflect what happened. And then also there's some information about eradication. If you are really faced with not an exercise, but an actual rapid response, there is information there about eradication sources as well. And then last but not least, the exercise toolkit, which is really kind of a digital representation of the CRB rapid response plan with what I would say a great robust addition with the ESA consultation piece that was added a couple of years ago now. So this has all those many of the tools that are needed, not only during an exercise, but in an actual response to just in a discovery. So I believe that's all I wanted to share. So let's see here. Does anybody have any questions about this upcoming exercise or any rapid response resources or needs? Okie dokie, great. Well, stay tuned for more information on that. And we'll have more, probably a full report of the outcomes of that at the next meeting for the CRB late in the year. Okay, so with that, I would like to move into some presentations that are kind of across the basin on a number of different topics. So Alan Ployce is going to be talking to us about the European green crab efforts that have been taking place. And Alan, let me make you a presenter, assuming that you will be showing a screen to chat here.
I will.
Great. Hi, Alan. Good to see you. So Alan is with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and he has been on the front with many collaborative folks here working on this very much needed rapid response really on European green crab. So Alan, I will give it to you and be quiet now.
Thank you very much, Lee. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm Alan Ployce. I'm the Aquatic Invasive Species Unit Manager for the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm going to give you an update on European green crab. So, Leah, please confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, it looks perfect.
Well, thank you. Perfect. There we go. I have to improve from there.
Oh, that looks even better.
Okay, wow. More than perfect. The most perfect. All right. Anyways, so European green crab, Prasinus manus. So our department is the lead agency for European green crab, or EGC for short, on waters of the state. They're classified as a prohibited level 1 species, which in our state means that they pose the highest invasive risk and are a priority for prevention and expedited rapid response management actions. As we all know, tribes have jurisdictions on their sovereign lands, and federal agencies have jurisdiction on their federal lands. So back in 2021, way back, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, in coordination with our tribal co-managers and other partners, found a significant increase in European green crab populations, especially within the Lummi Nation's Sea Pond and outer coast areas, including Macaw Bay, Grays Harbor, and Willapa Bay. We're still on the front end of an invasion curve, but information shows a rapidly evolving danger of European green crab seriously threatening the environment, economy, and human well-being of our state. So on January 19th of this year, Washington State Governor Inslee issued Proclamation 2202, which states in part, I do hereby order the Department of Fish and Wildlife to begin implementation of emergency measures as necessary to effect the eradication or to prevent the permanent establishment and expansion of European green crab. This was a really important proclamation, and it has helped us drive the next steps. Quick summary of the timeline of European green crab. Back in the late 90s was the first detection of European green crab on the outer coast, Willapa Bay, Grays Harbor. That started a response at that point, but by 2023, that the numbers have really dropped down. So it was a boom bust, and there was a boom, and the numbers in the table on the right show the total number of green crab caught by each year during that period. And you can see the high was 507 in 99, and then by 2003, it had dropped down to 24 and only 4 in 2004. There were a couple periodic bumps because of El Nino events in between, but also a significant event happened in 2012 where our colleagues in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada noted that the Sook Basin, which is on the southern end of Vancouver Island, which is the orange triangle on the gray island up above, they detected a very significant population of green crab there. So we were very concerned that larvae from those green crab were going to be coming into the Salish Sea or the Puget Sound area. And we worked with Washington Sea Grant, designated them as a lead for early detection monitoring. They put together a massive citizen science group, and in 2016, they provided our first detection of green crab within the Salish Sea. And again, just the Salish Sea includes all the waters in Canada and the Puget Sound in Washington, it's all considered the Salish Sea. There were also some crabs found in Padilla Bay, again, mostly in the northern part of our waters. And we did rapid response at that point, and it didn't find any more in the San Juans, and only found a few more in Padilla Bay. In 2017, the Macaw tribe found crab out in Macaw Bay, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service found crab in the Dungeness Spit area. Macaw Bay, you can see, is the yellow circles on the very point of the Washington State Peninsula there. And, if you go in, that cluster of yellow dots is Dungeness Spit. So those were started seeing those detections, and in 2018 there was increasing numbers of detections. 2020, because of those detections, our legislature approved about $783,000 proviso one-time funding, of which a significant more than half was pass-through funding to support our tribal co-managers and other partners. In 2021, again, from the information we were collecting, the legislature approved another $2.3 million specific to European green crab. And again, a significant portion of that went to pass through to support partners, co-managers. And then just this year, with the increased amount of detections, we realized that that wasn't sufficient. So the legislature approved another $8.6 million ongoing funding, of which $3.2 million was passed through, and $1.5 million is available in grants for helping local management. And you can see on the right-hand side in the table there, is it cutting off the very last row? Anyways, in 2021, so in 2020, we went from just over 5,000 crab to, in 2021, over 100,000. So as of June 11th, total-wise, state-wise, we've already caught 664,000 European green crab statewide. Most of those are in the Lummi Sea Pond, but there is a significant number down in Willapa Bay, and we're expecting that number to increase significantly in the next couple months. So it requires a cooperative management strategy, and so we have the Salish Sea, which is on, what we call Puget Sound on the right side, and the coast on the outer side, and the current main action areas, Drayton Harbor in the upper right and Lummi Bay, and then on the coast, Macaw Bay, Grays Harbor, and Willapa Bay. The orange squares are the early detection network by Washington Sea Grant's crab team. There's 55 sites in the Salish Sea, and those are managed mostly by citizen science volunteers, but also tribal co-managers and other partners. And we had about 35 tribal co-managers and partners in 2021, helping in all sorts of different operations, and we're expecting 2 to 3 times more of those supporting us this year. So this is just a navigation map, a navigation map of Grays Harbor, just to sort of help explain the complexity of even just one of these areas. So there's multiple jurisdictions in here. There's federal, state, private, and management priorities. Where do we go? What are the priorities? Management types. Is it training, control, research? And there's lots of operational complexities in how to get access to any of these sites. Resource capacities, what are the resources needed to make this happen? And identification of sensitive habitats and species protection. Are we prioritizing certain areas that we want to go to make sure that the crabs aren't impacting things and letting others go? And there's also aquaculture operations, a lot of shellfish growers in this bay. And so we also want to help them protect their operations. So when we look at the big picture, our statewide emergency measures goals are to facilitate the implementation of the governor's emergency proclamation with respect for tribal sovereignty and federal jurisdictions. Obviously, health and safety of all participants is paramount. And obviously, we want to reduce green crab populations below harmful environment, economic, and cultural resource harm. And we also want to do this in a collaborative and transparent emergency management process. And then post-emergency transition to long-term green crab management by local entities. These crabs are not going away. We're not going to be able to eradicate them. Even if we do eradicate them out of any site, there are larvae coming in from outer coast areas, and they will repopulate at some point. So this is just an ongoing process, and the emergency measures are really going to help us build the capacity to do local management in the long term. The scope, policy coordination engagement, organizational functions, operational considerations, all these are part and parcel of what we're trying to address. And the only way we figured we could address that is to do incident command. So in our some of the actions that we've done to date, we're in the process of hiring and training over 6 new permanent and 20 seasonal green crab staff. Obviously managing contracts, developing grant programs and permits, purchasing the equipment that we need and prepping that equipment and supplies for deployment, developing the statewide incident command management structure. We're providing trapping support for the Lummi Nation on their sea pond, and in consultation with tribal co-managers on policy representation and federal agencies. Hood Canal, there was an early detection and rapid response just last month on that. So to do this, again, we decided to implement an incident command system process because it respects all jurisdictions. It's excellent communication and coordination tool. It's a common language across these complex and evolving management actions. It's effective for multiple jurisdictions across large geographic area, ensures critical needs and issues are effectively addressed, and it provides management transparency for the jurisdictions, impacted entities, and the public. So this is a schematic of our current green crab statewide incident command management strategy. So the center part of this is your classic incident command with, you have the incident commander, planning, logistics, finance, the command functions underneath them, and then you have operations, and then underneath operations we have the Sailor Sea branch and the coastal branch, and underneath each of those branches we have management areas. And these are geographically designated areas. And then up on your upper part, on the left-hand side, you have the multi-agency coordination group. The dashed lines mean that they're advisory, and so we're also looking at, it extends out to the left, Federal Incident Command. It's a dotted box around these because these are just concepts. They don't mean they have to happen, but they're options and for the federal agencies to have their own incident command structure, or they can feed directly into the multi-agency coordination group. And then on the right-hand side, we have the tribal co-managers. And again, these are simply options, concepts of how we can work with the tribes. They can also have representation on the EGC multi-agency coordination group, or they could have their own coordination group or in their own incident command system, or we can work with them independently, tribe by tribe. So for example, right now we are working directly with the Lummi Nation on their sea pond and with the Rakaw tribe on in those areas. So, but we're trying to create a more efficient communication and coordination structure, and this is the best way to identify those relationships in our area. So the multi-agency coordination group, at this point, this is the how it's the people that we have on it. In the green section, if it's green on your screen, these are the state agencies. We have Department of Natural Resources, Department of Ecology, State Parks, Agriculture, Puget Sound Partnership, Recreation Conservation Office, Washington Sea Grant, and our Emergency Management Division. On the federal side, we have NOAA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, USGS, EPA, and BIA. And BIA is now filled. And then underneath that, we have the reserve, representation for tribes, Salish Sea and coastal. We also have representation for Salish Sea aquaculture, which is now by Kyle Lentz from the Pacific Coast Shellfish Growers Association, and we have Dave Bagley from the coastal representing coastal aquaculture. And then we're looking to try to maybe fill some of these other seats here as we move forward. So this is the branch and management area structure. You can see the Salish Sea branch on the upper right side, and then the management areas within those, Strait of Juan de Fuca, North Puget Sound, etc. And on the coast, you have North Coast down to South Coast, and then you also have Grace Harbor, Willapa Bay, and Columbia River are management areas. And then within those management areas, we can further define it into coordination areas and specific sites. This is just some detail of those management areas. Again, you can start seeing some of the complexity of where we want to do operations and trying to figure out where are the priority areas for operations. The middle one is the Hood Canal Management Area, and Seebeck is where we did the rapid response. That's the furthest south in the Salish Sea that we found green crab so far. And then on the right, you can see again the complexity of the North Puget Sound green crab management area with Drayton Harbor identified and Lummi Sea Pond in those circles is where they are. Padilla Bay is down here to the right of Anacortes, and they've also found them up here in Samish area. So the next steps, we have 10-day reports to the governor that are required per statute. We're continuing to implement the ICS process, including bi-weekly incident action plans and situation reports. We're finalizing the MAC group and tribal policy representation, roles and responsibilities, and setting recurring meetings. And we continue implementing the green crab management area process and documenting communications and coordination leads. So that's a lot, and I'll leave it at that if there's any questions.
Great, Alan. Thank you so much. Are there any questions about the efforts to date? Yes, that's a huge undertaking, Alan. Let's see. Please, if you have a question, you can pop it in the chat. Just see here. I don't see anything yet, or you can raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any questions for Alan. Well, thanks for putting that back up, Alan. You are more than welcome to reach out if you have other questions on this effort. And I know Alan's going to be sharing some more information at the Western Regional Panel meeting too. I'm sure as this progresses, there's going to be more to share. With that, thank you so much, Alan, and we'll move to our next presenter, and that will help you unshare your screen here. Let's see. Okay, so our next presenter is Tim Coonahan with the Us Geological Survey, and he is going to be sharing some information about the Dracinid research workshop that occurred this late winter and the results of that. So Tim, take it away. I can see your PowerPoint, lovely. If you want to use your webcam, you're welcome to do that too.
Thanks, Lisa.
Leah.
I will
Leah.
probably turn it off to make sure the bandwidth.
Okay, no problem. It was Leah too, not Lisa.
Oh, I'm sorry, Leah.
The interchange. It's okay.
Yeah. So, anyways, can you see my screen then?
I can. It looks great.
And can you hear me fine?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay. So yeah, like Lisa mentioned, I'm going to present kind of an update on the quagga and zebra mussel research prioritization workshop that we held recently that's in support of KEZAP 2.0. The recent workshop is really an effort to update our efforts in 2015, where we held a similar workshop and went through the process of defining research priorities then. But as we've made progress, there was a desire and a need to update those priorities. So I want to acknowledge that the funding for this came from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service QZAP funding program. Okay. I also want to acknowledge the steering committee, which consisted of Steve Bollins from Washington State University, Stephen Phillips from the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, Barack Shamai and Teresa Thome from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And the steering committee was directed by the excellent efforts of Lisa DeBrecaire, who spent a fair amount of time herding us cats. The kind of a brief synopsis of the objectives. We did want to convene a virtual workshop with subject matter experts to determine current research priorities in support of QZAP 2.0. We did want to make an effort to map those research priorities to management goals. And then we are going to summarize the results of the workshop in a published report that we're going to make available to stakeholders and funders. The workshop was populated by just a wide range of subject matter experts, with experts in dry-sided and mussel biology and various other aspects of dry-sided mussel research. We tried to make a concerted effort to get a variety of different entities from states and feds and universities to the workshop. We had originally intended for the workshop to be in person, but as we all know, circumstances didn't allow that, and so we met virtually. To kick off the discussion of in the workshop, we enlisted the help of subject matter experts to address the subject matter categories that are listed in QZAP. With the exception of biology, and the steering committee thought that including a section on biology would be important and also contribute to the QZAP 2.0 effort. So we enlisted David Wong from the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, and Bob McMahon from the University of Texas at Arlington to kind of give us a presentation on the state of science in dry-sided mussel biology. For early detection monitoring, John Amberg and Adam Sepulveda from the USGS oriented us to that topic area. For prevention and containment, John Walsh from the U.S. National Park Service and Martina Beck from the British Columbia Freshwater Applied Sciences and Programs area gave us a presentation. And for rapid response, Nate Owens, who was with the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources and has since moved on to greener pastures, Colleen Allen from the U.S. National Park Service, and Nick Zerflu from the Idaho State Department of Agriculture gave us the rapid response. For control and management, Sherry Pucciarelli, Gail Pasamenik, and Jolene Trujillo from the U.S. BOR, and myself gave the presentation on control and management. And that kind of set the stage for future discussions, where we went through each one of the topical areas and then applied these criteria to essentially brainstorm research priorities for QZAP 2.0. We did use did make some effort to kind of revisit the research priorities that were listed in 2015, and also use that as a jumping off point for the discussion. So from there, we went through each one of the topical areas and developed a list of research priorities. It was kind of freewheeling discussion that resulted in a variety of different priorities. What we have done since, and I guess this is the update portion of the talk, is that we went through the research priorities that we listed from the workshop and kind of cleaned them up a little bit. There was a lot of, there were some, I won't say there was a lot of, but there were some overlap in the listings of the research priorities. So we went through and tried to make sure that there wasn't that overlap and we weren't repeating ourselves. And then we went through the process of tying those research priorities to management outcome, as is seen here. And this is the research priorities for the biology topic area. I'm hesitant to read these, but I will say that really kind of the next steps in this is to get these research priorities back out to the participants of the workshop, so they can go through them and make sure that we've honored the intent of the ones that we came up with in the workshop, and also to provide a critical review of the management outcomes that we've tied to these research priorities. So we've done that for the biology section. We did that for the early detection monitoring section. And a lot of these management outcomes obviously are, just improved early detection monitoring programs and similar types of thoughts. We also did that for the prevention and containment section, and also for the rapid response section, and for the control and management section. So as you can see, we've come up with a wide range of research priorities for that could be enacted in support of QZAP 2.0. There is a need, again, to make sure that we're honoring the original workshop content. And also, one of the things that also occurred is that since we've gone in and kind of edited the list that was developed in the workshop, we currently don't have a ranking. We went through a process of ranking them in terms of priorities. And so with the kind of cleaning up of the items, we're kind of looking for feedback, whether folks think whether it's important for us to go through and re-rank those priorities. So that's something that I'm interested in hearing people's thoughts on. The next steps are, to distribute the report for review, the incorporate review comments, and then obviously publish the report. So with that, I'm looking for some feedback here from folks about what they think. So that's pretty much what I have, Leah.
All right, thank you, Tim. Great. Let's see, I have an immediate question here from Tammy Davis, who asks, were the tasks identified? Oh, no, it disappeared. Sorry, hold on a second. I got to scroll back down. Sorry, were the tasks identified to accomplish the objectives and answer the questions?
The tasks were developed to identify, research areas that could address items listed in QZAP 2.0. So I guess in that fashion, it is related to those, but it wasn't specifically directly tied as we were going through them. Does that help, Tammy? Or Tamara? Or was it Tammy?
It was Tammy. Tammy Davis, yeah. She says yes. Tim, do you have a timeline of when you're going to release? I think you had 3 items there for review. So just in terms of when the project would be kind of available to the larger folks on this. Yeah.
Yeah. We're hoping like within the next month, we'll be able to distribute the report. And
okay.
Then, yeah, because we're pretty much all the way through with it. So we're just kind of working to clean it up a little bit and then distribute it.
Okay.
Another thing is that right now we're intending to distribute it to workshop participants. But if there are other folks that are interested in looking at and reviewing the report that weren't at the workshop, just let me know, and we'll make sure to get it to those folks too.
Great. Are there any other questions for Tim about the workshop and the outcomes? Okay, I guess you're off the hook, Tim. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. So next on tap, we have Taylor Kimball, who was with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and then joined by Stacey Schmidt with Montana Fish and Wildlife Parks, and they're going to be talking about some collaborative work in the field using diving. And related to descendants. So let's see, Taylor, I've just made you presenter. When you're ready, you can
Yes,
share
can you
your
hear me?
screen. I can hear you just great.
Okay, let's see if this works.
It looks just right. I like it.
Okay, good to hear. Okay, let's see. Now I got to figure out how to get rid of that on there. Okay, I think I got it.
Okay, excellent.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Yes. So this spring, we were able to do a mussel rapid response drill with scuba diving up in the San Juan Islands. We have done one of these in the past out at Lake Roosevelt in Washington as well, but we wanted to incorporate a few other parts into this one specifically and see if we can do it. Now, I know you're all thinking that's in the saltwater. I'll explain why we did the saltwater here in just a minute, but I will go ahead and let Stacey introduce herself if she's there.
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Thanks, Taylor. Yeah, so my name's Stacey Schmidt. I'm with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and I am the leader of our newly formed dive team. So we were happy to be a part of this exercise. It was super helpful for us and really informative. And a little background on myself for diving, I've also been a diver with Lewis and Clark County Search and Rescue as a public safety rescue diver since I think 2015. So I had a little background with diving before forming our team for FWP, which I think we started the process in 2018. So we're a newly formed team, so this was really helpful for us.
Great. Yeah, I'm actually an officer with Fish and Wildlife in Washington. I have been with Fish and Wildlife for 11 years now. We formed a dive team recently as far as 2015 is when we organized it, and we're heavily involved with some of the commercial fisheries and actually even a lot of the biological work that the department does when it comes to diving related stuff. Me personally, I've been diving for over 20 years. Can't get enough of it. Love it. Want to keep doing it. So this was a great excuse to get out and have some fun and learn some things while we're at it. Let's see. Yeah, so the purpose of this workshop was about 4 main objectives. The first one was to essentially figure out how to get a dive team out there for a rapid response drill. The other was, and the basis of it was the USGS procedures for underwater searches for invasive mussels. And we can talk about those here in just a little bit. But we went through that and went through search patterns and setting up dive teams and all that stuff to give us at least a template or somewhere to start from in order to make this all happen. The other big portion of this drill was the actual deployment of a containment system. And I'll have some pictures of that here in a minute. And then, of course, at the end, it was equipment decontamination. And essentially most of these things other than the containment system are talked about in the USGS procedures. So we had a bunch of people who came and played. Fish and Wildlife, Stacey with Montana Fish and Wildlife and Parks was there as well with a bunch of her team. We had Washington Department of Natural Resources in Washington that was also there. State Parks helped us out with our location and some of the logistics of getting out there. and the Washington Recreation and Conservation Office was also integral in the success and planning and helping this be a very successful workshop. Location-wise, those who aren't familiar with the San Juan Islands, it is kind of in the northwestern part of Washington. Got a big red arrow there pointing to the actual island of Jones Island on the right. We picked this location for a couple reasons. First, if you look at Jones Island on the right, it's got that little red dot in there. That's essentially where we conducted the drills. It was a safe, shielded location, and because we were in the saltwater, there was a little bit of worry about current, but we also wanted to incorporate a little current possibly to see how our containment system would work under a little bit of stress out there. Now that's where we conducted the workshop. We actually ended up staying at the University of Washington labs in Friday Harbor, which is on San Juan Island. If you look at the map on the left, you can see San Juan Island just below the red arrow, and then Friday Harbor is marked on there as well. So we stayed at the UW labs out there at night, and then we jumped on boats and went up to Jones and spent our day going through the checklists and training out there. So this is the AIS boom, and it itself posed some difficulties, but I feel that we were able to overcome them and actually worked out really well. So this boom is actually an oil boom, and when we were putting it on the boat in Anacortes to get out to the islands, we had a bunch of salvage divers and another company that actually deploys these, and they didn't offer lots of words of encouragement. They were worried first off that WDFW was doing their job for them on deploying oil booms, but they said it wasn't easy to deploy, and they have some other tools to deploy these, but we were able to use a crane and get it out on the boat, as you can see from the picture, and get it out there. If Stacey, if you want to go ahead and talk about how we deployed the boom and got it out there, that'd be great.
Sure. So we got there, so we docked on the dock. You can see on the picture on the left. And so what they did was, after it was all loaded, and it was on a couple of pallets, we basically used the crane to feed sections into the water while another boat was hauling the end out away from the dock, out the bay. And you needed about, what did we have, like 4 or 5 people in the water? Or 4 or 5 people in the boat, kind of. Go ahead, Taylor.
Oh, I was going to say there's a picture of the boat haul straightening it out like you were describing.
Yeah, so we basically, each of the, like, you can see it folded up, like one of those lengths, I don't know how much it weighed, but it was really heavy. So you needed like at least 2, 3, 4 people to kind of lift it up and out over the side of the boat. And then the boat would move a little bit, take each section out as it was loaded. And then once the whole thing was in the water, you know, there was a couple of points you can see in the photo on the right where it needed to be locked together with like a metal bracket. So you can see that in the photo on the right, that corner that's closest to the photographer, that's that metal bracket that had to be locked together. So we'd have to pause, put all that together, and then unload and then keep going. But once it was all in the water, the boat just pulled it out all the way and then kind of looped it back in. And then we anchored it, I think, to shore and pulled the corners out with, I think we had 2 corners that the boat pulled out and anchored offshore to kind of keep things from just moving with the waves and the tides right into the rocks where we didn't want it.
Yes. So if you look at the boom there, you can see a bunch of ties on it. So the boom's not just, it's an oil boom, but it also has a skirt on it that drops down with a big chain links in it. So it actually is dropping all the way to the bottom. and creating a total contained area. So a lot of the process, one of the goals of the workshop was to essentially get it out there, see how it works, see if we can put it together. And I think by the time from pulling it out of the boat to actually getting it all set up, I bet it wasn't too much more than about an hour and a half to get it all set up. So it really wasn't as bad as we were thinking with weight and stuff like that. And once it was in the water, it wasn't too bad to manipulate. So it was welcomed that that was the case. So we went through the US Geological. Oh, go ahead.
Hey Taylor, before you move on, Eric Anderson jumping in here. Just one more thing to add on that. If you can go back to the one slide. And hi everybody, Eric Anderson, Captain Fish and Wildlife. The other part of this is that this containment boom, this is the one that we deployed at Lake Roosevelt, and that we've talked over and over about if there was a mussel a find, that how do you try to contain it to contain the adults and then do a treatment. And out at Lake Roosevelt, we paid a contractor to do this, and we decided to see if we could do it ourselves. And so this is that actual boom. And what we also wanted to do was try to contain a structure. And so as you see in that one picture that's on the right, that is a rock outcropping on Jones Island. And we wanted to see if we could contain that structure. So to simulate that this is a mussel infested structure, and we're going to contain it so we could then possibly do a deployment of chemicals to try to eradicate the mussels. So that was also part of this, to see, instead of paying somebody else to do this, can we do it ourselves with the equipment that we actually have? So back to you, Taylor. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Captain. Appreciate it. Yeah, so USGS, we spent days going through search patterns, different search patterns, what's going to work best. A lot of the report that USGS put out talks about various search patterns and how to use them in the location. So here's a couple pictures of the search patterns going. So a big takeaway, and Stacey can touch on this a little bit later, was just the conditions vary a lot, and you can't use the same procedures for different areas because the conditions are so different. So just because a circular search pattern works in one place doesn't mean it will work in another. So if you look in the picture in the upper right, you'll see two divers in the water, mostly in red, with a PVC grid in the water. And the point of the PVC grid was to make sure that you're getting a complete coverage of the area. The PVC grid worked great to make sure you're getting everything, but as you can see in that one, it's in the gravel. But as soon as you started getting into seaweed and weeds and rocks and stuff, it starts to become a little more difficult. And if you're running lines through milfoil or other stuff like that, it starts to get hooked up on stuff. So there's lots of different search patterns, and these aren't necessarily search patterns that are just used to find zebra mussels, but a lot of these were taken from search and rescue and evidence recovery type of search grids to locate stuff. The picture in the bottom left, you can see Stacey up against the boom. So we did a containment in the boom, and then she's running a grid through the PVC, and essentially we just rotate the PVC over and go through the grid. In lakes and in even the conditions here in the saltwater, you find yourselves in conditions oftentimes with zero visibility. So it was imperative that divers practiced good buoyancy, not kicking up the bottom, and that would make the search go a lot better. When we conducted this search, what we did is actually had Captain Anderson throw a bunch of nuts out in the water, and then we split up in teams with Montana and Washington, and then each team went in and used the search patterns that we had just discussed, and that is discussed in the USGS manual, and we went through and searched for them. Some were in easy places up in the gravel, other were in thick seaweed that was probably a foot or two deep, so it involved a lot of wading through muck and doing that type of stuff. Correct me if I'm wrong, Stacey, but I think at the end of the day, we ended up finding about half of the nuts that were deployed out there.
Yeah, that's my recollection as well. But just to tack on to this, for my team, we had never really been in conditions that the ocean has to offer. So the conditions in this bay, not just the aquatic life, but just, the kelp forest and all of the creatures and everything being so different. I think it was also a really good experience for my team. And this was a great opportunity to kind of try out all of the different techniques and see how they compare, side by side, which was really, really valuable for us to do that with our team. So this was really awesome.
Yes, I concur. It was great for my team. We dive in the saltwater routinely, but as discussed, sometimes even when you're diving, you got so much going on. Sometimes it's even hard to keep track of counting. So incorporating stuff that is learned on shore and search patterns, and then trying to do it underwater and then in near zero visibility is definitely a different type of thing. So we all learned from each other. Everyone brought different aspects to it. DNR, as I mentioned earlier, DNR was also part of it, and the diver that they gave to us is a very experienced diver instructor who's been around the world doing it. So he offered lots of great insight and suggestions on how to make stuff work. Now, as far as the expectations of using dive teams, the conditions can be so different. So if a dive team is being requested and it is, we want to know if there are even mussels here, that's one thing. If a dive team is being requested and the request is, well, we want to know what the densities are, that is something that can be done. But depending on the conditions, how the milfoil or other stuff that's in the water, even small areas as small as 10 by 10 can take a lot of time to cover. One of the methods in the USGS manual was using Ziploc bags that were filled with clean water. I actually found that to work pretty well. You can roll it on the ground, put your mask against it, and then it displaces all the turbidity in the water. But as you can imagine, moving around on the bottom of the bay that we are in, looking at an area that's about 5 by 5 inches at a time takes some time. So when dive teams are requested for densities, something to keep in mind is the amount of time that it will take. If it is just a rough, hey, do you see any mussels here? That is, larger areas can be covered more easily. Stacey, do you have anything to add on takeaways?
Yeah, and I think part of the exercise was when we weren't diving, we were having a lot of conversations about how we can collectively do things better. And one thing we had a big chat about on the island was like the quantitative kind of measurable takeaways, like how do we report on the probability of detection of something. So, we had a lot of really good conversations about, improving our teams and ways to measure, how well we're doing, just like Taylor and the captain talked about with, putting in items that you can then count is a really good way to do that. So I think as far as the takeaway for my team and, what we discussed while we were there is my team is really new. And so this was invaluable for us, and I think that if we were able to do this repeatedly with other teams in different locations for different species, testing different methods, testing different gear, like this would be valuable for all of the Columbia River Basin. Just working together with everyone else, on their home turf, I think would be really great for all of us. And I hope that this type of exercise can, be repeated and done again, different locations. And just like Taylor mentioned, then we can kind of make sure everyone understands the capabilities and how we can also help each other on events, that might actually happen. Because more likely than not, we would need a lot of dive teams working together. And so this is just a great way to have that experience beforehand, because as a dive team and working with a lot of other dive teams, I don't particularly want to work with a dive team I don't know. And so working with the Washington teams was fantastic. And, now I would be happy to work with and excited to work with any of them anywhere and better equipped to do so.
Yes. I agree with everything you said. We've dove with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife team in the past at doing a similar type drill. At this one, we covered docks more as opposed to search areas. And from every time you do it, you take stuff away from each team, and it's been very beneficial. Here's a good picture here at the end of a top view of the boom with the anchors set out. And yeah, it went really well. If there's any questions, happy to answer any questions. Stacey, if you had anything else to add, or Captain, if you had something, but I think that about wraps it up for us.
Yeah, I'll jump in here because I gotta head this off, because when you said Captain Anderson threw nuts in the water, I know that Stephen Phillips fell off of his chair laughing, thinking, "Oh, a nut threw nuts." So, hey, Stevens, I caught that for you. And it was actually metal nuts, like nuts on a bolt, and that was to simulate they had to find something, and we need quantifiable. So don't go there, Stephen. And the other thing was watching the dive teams work together. And I got to tell you, I'm going to give a shout out to Tom Wolf and Montana and everybody involved with the Montana dive team. Stacey, you are a rock star. You guys came in and jumped in, and literally, and same with Taylor. Watching these two teams come together and work together and bond while they were out there was absolutely awesome. And I know that there is huge support with our administration that this is a regional issue. And if there is a mussel breakout someplace, I know that our chief will support our dive team going going to other states to assist. And that's what I think is going to come out of this, is that now Montana and Washington are coming together as a team to be a regional response mechanism for scuba operations involved with this. And that was the biggest thing watching this going. And this workshop was also funded. It was a pass-through funding from Bureau of Land Management through RCO. And so it was a great opportunity for that. And Justin Bush and Chelsea of RCO put great effort into this. So it was a great experiment, and we want to keep this going. Kudos to Taylor and Stacey on this.
Yeah, I'll just echo what the captain and Taylor said. Taylor and everyone with the Washington dive teams and the RCO put a ton of planning into this, and there's a lot of safety concerns when you're diving, and like I've never been to a dive event that was better organized and like felt completely safe, and they accommodated my team, which had a lot less experience. Some of them had never been in the ocean before. They did a fantastic job. And also, we've also done a lot of diving with the Fish and Wildlife Service dive team, so I would hope that we could mix them in as well. We've been diving with them for the last 5 years at Tiber, and they're an awesome team to work with. And so I think kind of doing this whole dive team joint training exercises would be fantastic for the future. And thanks to Washington and all the work that they put into it.
Wow, excellent, you guys. Sounds like a great outcome on this one. I know I do have a question, and I would encourage folks, if you have any questions, to put them in the chat or raise your hand. And then I just want to add a comment too as well. Some of you are aware, and some of you that are not, with the rapid response exercises that have been conducted in the CRB, often the the Fish and Wildlife Service dive team, which sort of is based out of Region 6, has participated for the last handful of years in those exercises, and always trying to pull from or invite local, search and rescue or other agencies. And the plan is the same for the Wild Horse Reservoir exercise. We are planning to have dive team there. So I don't know, there may be some other synergy that we can draw from what you Taylor and Stacey have been able to accomplish with this workshop at that exercise as well. So I do have a question here for you guys from Dave Beadle. He's asking, how did the current impact the boom system, and how well do you think this system will work in a high flow rate reservoir like the Lake Pend Oreille, or sorry, like on Pend Oreille River?
I don't know how much current there's going to be at Lake Pend Oreille. I haven't been there. We actually picked the location to be shielded more. We didn't want the boom to get ripped out and washed away. So we did see the tidal flux of it coming in and out, and it held up really well. The chain on the bottom of the boom held up. And I mean, I probably wouldn't want to do too much more than 2 knots of current. I think the boom is rated for maybe just a little bit more than that. I'd have to double check on that, but it can definitely handle some current. It is built really tough.
Okay.
I'll jump in on that. It did affect it. It did push it in a bit. And that's one of the things to keep, for the next workshop, one of these, because that is a consideration. If you had to deploy this in a river, say that you had 5 knots of current, that has to be taken into consideration, because that thing is a big sail underwater. It is going to catch current. It's going to be pushed by current. And we do need to test to figure out how we could deploy it. How do you put it in parallel with the current? How do you do an arc? Those are all things that have been discussed, and until somebody goes out and gives it a try, we won't know.
Right.
Yeah, we wanted to start with baby steps on this one, just to have a little bit of flood and flood and ebb on it, and it seemed to do well on that. So maybe the next step is to incorporate a little more current somewhere else.
Fair enough. Any other questions or comments? Okay, not seeing any. Well, great work, you guys. Obviously, all these trials help us learn more and be better prepared should we need to respond quickly to these things. So thank you for your work on this. Yeah, so thank you, Taylor, and thank you, Stacey, for presenting today. So we will move on to our next presenter now. Is Catherine Braddock. She is with EcoAdapt, but she is here on behalf of the Northwest Regional Invasive Species and Climate Change Network, and she's going to share information about this group. It's kind of just been invigorated for the region here, but I will, oops, sorry, Catherine, I'm trying to make you presenter here. There we go. But anyway, she's going to share some information about this group and how those of you participating today can get involved or participate, share information. So, Catherine.
Okay. Okay, can you see that all right?
I can. Yeah, it looks good.
Perfect. Thank you, Leah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I am Catherine Braddock. As Leah mentioned, I work with EcoAdapt, a nonprofit dedicated specifically to climate adaptation research, and I'm currently the coordinator for the Northwest Regional Invasive Species and Climate Change Network. I'll be talking a little bit about products and progress from the network in the past couple years, and then I will also be joined by Lindsay Thurman from the Northwest Climate Adaptation Science Center, and she's also an advisory team member on the Northwest Risk Network. And she's going to talk a little bit about the future of the network and what's coming next and some exciting things there. So just about the network a little bit. We kicked off in 2020. The network focuses specifically on exploring on-the-ground management, conservation, and research needs and opportunities that are unique to the Northwest. Specifically looking at Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and British Columbia, but we often very much consider neighboring states and provinces. The goal of the network is to establish a community of practice to help practitioners in the region integrate climate change science and adaptation with invasive species management activities. So the Northwest Risk Network was modeled after the Northeast Risk Network, which was the first and kind of pioneer of this risk model in the States. And our Northwest group is part of a larger network that also includes the Pacific Islands, as well as Southeast and North Central regions in the US. And there is more information about all of the different regional risks at the Northwest Risk website. There's links out to their specific sites if you're curious about learning a little more about them as well. Quickly, I'd just like to mention that a big part of the Northwest Risk Network is our advisory team. So the advisory team is comprised of various different state and federal agencies, nonprofits, and universities. And our members really are essential in driving the progress and products of the network. So we have meetings every other month, and our advisory team contributes information on the ground priorities and management and research going on, and really drives what we're doing. And I'd also like to mention that so far the network has been funded by the Northwest Climate Adaptation Science Center and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So I'm just going to go through a few of our accomplishments in the past couple years and provide a little bit more detail in just a second. So in 2021, the network released the Northwest Regional Practitioner Survey, and then a couple months later had its first virtual symposium over 2 days. This past May, we kicked off a webinar series that will continue throughout the year and into next year. And then we've been working on ways to establish connections throughout the communities and reach outside of our advisory team as well. So we have developed a website and also have YouTube and Twitter accounts, just different modes of sharing our information and hearing from those in the community as well. So the Northwest Practitioner Survey, as I mentioned, was released in 2021. It was an online survey that was adapted from previous surveys from the Northeast and Pacific Island risk networks as well. It gathered feedback from over 300 regional practitioners, those of which whose primary interests and/or expertise were in invasive species management and climate change adaptation. And the survey sought to address 3 specific points: the degree to which the practitioners and managers are considering the nexus of climate change and invasive species in their work, emerging practices and policies that may address the dual goals of reducing climate-related vulnerabilities and invasive species efforts, and then needs, opportunities, and limitations faced by practitioners in the region. We followed up this report with the virtual symposium, which was a 2-day event last fall that brought together many different managers, scientists, and practitioners to discuss this nexus of climate change and invasive species specific to the Northwest US. So during the symposium, there were sessions that covered the state of the science for invasive species and climate change, as well as perspectives from those managing invasives in the Northwest and beyond the Northwest as well. And day 2 of our symposium had a specific focus on the RAD framework and highlighted case studies about resisting, accepting, and directing ecological transformation with regard to climate change and invasive management. And so all of the recordings from that symposium are on the YouTube page, which is accessible through our website, as well as a full symposium summary, information about speakers, and a really nice Q&A sheet that our presenters were kind enough to answer some questions from the participants afterward. So there's some great resources to check out there. In the symposium and from the survey, we were curious to know how the network could be of best service to the community and what the needs are of the community when practitioners and managers in the region think of a regional network addressing invasives in climate. What are they looking for? So the feedback we got was case studies, targeted guidance on climate and invasives management, more opportunities to connect and build this community peer-to-peer knowledge exchange. And then we received a lot of feedback on specific topics as well, especially ones that we can gather community and those within the network and have discussions around. And I think Lindsay's going to talk a little bit more about how we have used this feedback from the survey and symposium to guide some products and plans we have coming up in the future. And I just quickly wanted to go through our website a bit just to show you where you can find more specific information on some of the products I highlighted. So we have our full about page, which will give you details more about our advisory team and specifics on the network. And then that's also where you'd be able to find more information on the other regional networks. Then we have a page fully dedicated to the survey. So it includes visuals, graphs and images that take you through the key takeaways and results from the survey. And then that is also a place where you can download the full PDF of the survey as well. We have a section to highlight events, not only from the Northwest risk specifically, but other risk networks and other organizations in the region that are highlighting this nexus of invasives and climate change. So having everything in one area related to this topic as a resource to go to for this specifically, and that is very similar to our resources page as well. We have this accordion section of different tools, databases, journal articles, invasive species lists, and so on. And so this is constantly being updated with new research and items, resources that we receive not only from our team, but outside the network as well. So this is another great spot to go to have all of this Northwest specific invasives and climate research or research that could be applicable to that in one location. Also on our website, we have a form for you to contact us if you're interested. Obviously, contact us directly, but there's also a form to share your research specifically or ask any questions you might have about the network. And here's just some information about how you can reach out to us in different ways. And I'm sure we can send that to you later on as well. And with that, I think I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Lindsay to talk some more about where the network is headed. So go stop sharing.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll just need sharing privileges.
I just activated that for you, Lindsay.
Thank you. I will just put that in a presentation. There we go. Awesome. So yeah, thanks so much, Catherine. Really, my role for this half of the presentation is just to describe some of our goals for the next year or so, since we are a relatively new risk group within the broader national network. We're kind of learning from other regions' successes and building on some resources and products that have been developed in other regions and sort of like adapting them for our goals. So as Catherine mentioned, I'm with the USGS Northwest Climate Adaptation Center. I'm representative of one of many groups on the network. And there we go. Really the major focus for the next year for us is going to be centered around these outreach activities and products that really aim to facilitate knowledge exchange between all of the researchers in the region and practitioners working on the ground. And our primary means of achieving this are through the website, where we can, provide a hub for resources like Catherine described. But we're also going to capitalize on some successful products that have been created in other regions, which are, I'll describe in a second, but we refer to them as these research summaries or management challenge fact sheets, as well as continuing with our webinars, monthly newsletter, and some updates to the structure and function of our annual symposium. So I'll just briefly go through each of these real quick. These research summaries and fact sheets, if you look at the Northeast risk, they've really done quite a few of these already. But there's 3 general formats that we're hoping to follow. And of course, these would be open source and freely accessible on our website. The first one is what we call the management challenges brief or fact sheet. And it's a synthesis of the current state of knowledge in a 1 or 2 page document that just provides information on a real emerging theme at the nexus of invasive species and climate change research. But the main goal of this particular fact sheet is to really translate research that may not necessarily be action focused into something that's really regionally relevant to management. And this is frequently achieved, through using case studies on these fact sheets. Similarly, our research summaries, which are just short summaries that take typically a single peer-reviewed paper and condense it down into key findings and some take-home points with management implications. And similarly to the management challenges, the goal for the research summaries will be to really translate research into something more actionable. And then the last one, which is a novel one and hasn't really been done widely yet, are tool summaries. There are several new tools and decision support frameworks, etc., that are really useful for either analysis or collecting data for projects centering around invasive species and climate change. And we thought it might be useful to provide some tutorials or sort of a quick guidance document on some of the more commonly used tools, or even the more novel new tools that many of you may yet to be familiar with. And these may even include virtual demonstrations. So for all of these 3 items, we're looking for feedback from teams like yours on topics that are of relevance to you that you would like to see translated into something like this. And I thought I would just give you a quick example of what these have looked like in other regions. For example, here, this is one on forest pest risk and climate warming specifically. Essentially, they provide a summary and some nice infographics. We don't have to get bogged down in the details here, but really kind of the objective there is to focus in on what kind of management actions can be taken to either mitigate this threat that's being described, or provide opportunities for addressing any of the challenges that are described. And these briefs or fact sheets are intended to be cooperatively developed. So again, if any of you are interested, please reach out to me and I'll be happy to lead the charge and help coordinate your involvement if you'd like to participate. The research summaries, we're targeting some of the newer science that has come out recently on things like the resist, accept, and direct framework. Basically, we're looking for papers that are broadly applicable and that could really use some translation into management relevance. RAD is not necessarily that. I mean, it is very management relevant already, but providing some case studies within the western, northwestern US would be really helpful. And then, of course, tool summaries. So this is an example of Nature Conservancy's resilient land mapping tool. What we would like to provide for folks is something along the lines of what I've included down here, which are just like key things to try with this tool and what its utility is for management, perhaps even what the limitations are as far as what's needed for data inputs or whatnot. And so then the other big thing that we're going to be focusing on over the coming months is our next annual symposium. And we're going to be targeting probably early 2023, like January, February for this. And as Catherine mentioned, the focus is really on supporting a community of practice through a diversity of sessions. We've done research talks, management talks, expert panels, and what we're hoping to do is address some of the feedback that we got from our survey and through direct feedback from the symposium. And so we're interested in sort of building out some of these sessions, maybe a greater emphasis on actionable science. That would be science that is truly partnerships based, that really leads to usable outcomes that are seeking to directly improve the ability of practitioners to affect positive change on invasive species and climate change management. We're interested in pursuing some more brainstorming sessions, which are meant to be information sharing opportunities as well. But these could be used to solicit information on priority research or synthesis needs, brainstorm over ways to overcome those knowing and doing gaps. We're also interested in some science integration workshops that could be tacked on to the end of the symposium, where we can learn more about ongoing management projects, new priorities, and as was solicited in the survey, I'm interested in discussing best practices and especially lessons learned, and then incorporating some cultural perspectives into this area of research and management. There is a new Canada risk forming, and they are on, one of their representatives are on our advisory team and suggested a special session on cross-border initiatives, which would be particularly relevant here in the Northwest, and then possibly some tools workshops. So a deep dive into some of those decision support tools, like how we focused on RAD framework last year. So that is really a quick and dirty overview of where we're headed over the next year. And I just wanted to add again our contact information. If you want to contact the leadership team, northwestrisk@gmail is probably the best way to do so. And someone will get back to you, especially if you're interested in participating in some capacity, please let us know. So thank you.
Great, Lindsay. Thank you so much. And thank you, Catherine. I don't know, Catherine, were you had anything else to add?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, great. Let's see, if you have a question, pop that in the chat. And I would just say too, I personally have felt that the fact sheets that were mentioned by Lindsay, hugely helpful, just a really great distillation of some complicated information in a nice format. So I encourage you, if you haven't had a chance to look at some of those resources, go check them out. It can be hugely helpful for your work. So any questions for the group here before we take our break? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised or in the chat. Okay, well, thank you, you two, for sharing about risk, and we hope to hear more from you in the future. So
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, well, on to our agenda, the CRB next item, of course, is taking a break, which is a nice welcome after sitting for a little bit here. So let's take a break until 15 minutes past the hour. So it'll be 12:15 Pacific time. We will start back up again, and we'll begin with the Columbia Basin Monitoring Forum. So yeah, take about 30 plus minutes, and we'll be back. If you just want to leave your screen up, that's great. Actually, I was meaning to share the agenda here with you guys just for the fun of it. So yeah, when we come back, we will be starting right up with monitoring reports. So thanks everybody for joining, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Hello?
We're on break until 12:15.
Sissy Rue, your little sister. No. That's what Chuck out
For those of you that are out there, we're going to start back up here in a minute. I did pop in the chat area there the link to the most current agenda that's on the westernis.org website. So if you guys are curious, there's the most current agenda. And yeah. And actually, I guess it's 15 after, Stephen, if we want to start.
Yep. How many people we got? 49. Wait another minute.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Nick. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Nick.
Awesome,
Hi.
thanks. I just want to test my microphone real quick because this is a different computer.
Okay, no problem.
Leah, can you hear me? It's Martina.
Hi, Martina, I can.
Great.
Hi, Leah, this is Rich. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Awesome.
I know we're slowly increasing all of our like tech etiquette as the years lurk on here, right? Got this nailed.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we're ready to dive back into our agenda. So this afternoon will be focused on the monitoring forum, which is led by Tim Coonahan with the USGS and Robin Draheim, contractor for Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. So I guess I'll just hand it over to you two to give any opening comments, and then I think it looks like we're going to do updates from our regional partners.
Thanks, Leah, and welcome everybody to another session of our Columbia River Basin Dry-Sided Mussel Monitoring Forum that we hold twice a year. So this is our summer version where folks give updates on our current activities, and we usually follow that up with a winter session where folks report out on the past field season and the results of their monitoring efforts. So today we will, run through updates from our various partners and participants in the Columbia River Basin Forum. Have a presentation by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and finish up with an update on the monitoring map. So without any further ado, we would start off with Martina Beck with the British Columbia. Martina, are you going to share your slides, or you're going to just provide a verbal update?
I can just provide a verbal update. That's no problem. So yeah, good afternoon. Just in terms of our sort of monitoring plans for this season, this is going to be focusing largely on our dry-sided mussel monitoring activities. We're planning for similar levels of monitoring as what we had last year. In 2021, we collected 900 plankton tows across 75 water bodies, so anticipating similar levels this year. We are continuing to work with the Habitat Conservation Trust Foundation, who administers grants through funding from the province, as well as we have for the last several years had federal funding through Fisheries and Oceans Canada. So those grants that are administered are a combination of provincial and federal funds, and those grants go out to typically each year about 12 different regional invasive species organizations that are key partners for collection of water samples, conducting plankton tow sampling following our provincial sampling protocol, and collecting those samples from our identified sort of priority water bodies. And so those grants have just gone out in the last sort of month or two, and sampling efforts are starting about this time. One challenge that we are facing this year is our unseasonably cool, wet, and late spring, summer that we've been having. So certainly having some adjustments in terms of timing of sampling just based on cooler summer temperatures, as well as certainly in some locations experiencing higher flows as we're just starting to reach sort of peak flows in some locations right about now. And of course, we're dealing with flood risks in a number of parts of the province. So that is impacting some areas. So quite a different picture from about this time last year, where we were just about to be entering into the heat dome. So definitely experiencing a different year with bringing some different challenges. Of course, that is so far good news from a wildfire perspective. So hopefully we can have a better year from a wildfire perspective. So just sort of working with those partners in terms of what locations need to be adjusted or adapted based on that. And we continue as part of that sampling. All of our samples get sent to our designated lab that we have. So it continues to be, it's the same lab that we've had for the last several years that does the analysis of the samples. And of course, those samples are priority checked for dreissenid mussels. And then we also do look for other aquatic invasive species, key one being, for example, corbicula. So that is another species that does get looked at as part of the, and that's using the cross-polarized microscopy for analyzing those plankton tow samples. And in some water bodies, there are also substrate samplers deployed at sort of a subset of the water bodies. And so it's a combination of both plankton tow and substrate samplers. We do also have some ongoing collaborations with the University of Victoria, Dr. Karen Helbig, looking at some eDNA work. So we've been working with her on validation, development and validation of pan-dreissenid mussel assay, as well as corbicula assay, and just kind of in the later stages of doing field validation, in particular validation against some of our native mussels, and then looking at in future years how we can integrate that into our sort of ongoing lake monitoring program. So that work with UVic is ongoing, and there is also a broader sort of Canada-wide project that Dr. Helbing is involved with through Genome Canada, that's looking at developing some broader resources around eDNA, some sort of field protocols, and looking at other priority species for developing of assays. So we've helped sort of provide some species to the list. It's a combination of looking at different aquatic invasive species as well as endangered species. So it's part of a much broader project. So we're sort of part of that larger collaboration that's happening. And I think in terms of updates, I think those are probably the key ones. And I think I'll probably leave it there.
Any questions for Martina? I have a question, Martina, or a request. I know that both of you and I participated in a review of kind of an update of a Canadian National Risk Assessment. Can you just provide a brief synopsis of that effort?
Yeah, I mean that is work that's being led through Fisheries and Oceans Canada, so DFO. So there was a national federal risk assessment for dry sanded mussels that was completed back in 2012 through their acronym is CSAS. I'm not going to be able to give the acronym accurately, so but through their scientific review process, essentially through their science program nationally, and so they are in the process of doing an update to that risk assessment, and so there was a technical review committee that looked at that was kind of part of that process, and so I think that work is still ongoing. I haven't heard any recent updates on kind of the status of the risk assessment yet, but that work is ongoing and being led through DFO.
Thank you very much, Martina. Any other questions for Martina? Hearing none, thanks, Martina, and we're going to move on to Nick Zerflu with Idaho.
Okay.
Hi, Nick.
I do have a couple of slides.
All right, I will make you presenter.
All right, thank you.
There you go. You should see that prompt.
Share. Okay, can you see that?
I can. Then you just put it in present mode and you're ready.
Cool. Well, I might just leave it there just so you can see where I'm going. But
Okay, sounds
so
good.
Nick Zerflu, Idaho State Department of Agriculture. I'll just give a brief update on those 3 slides for Idaho. Very similar update as Martina. It's been a very cool and wet spring. A lot of the runoff is still occurring. So I anticipate the monitoring season will be a bit delayed and shifted back in the season. So typically May, June, July are very heavily monitoring months for us, where that's going to be June, July, August. And then of course we will continue to do our fall monitoring as well. This will focus on Quagga Dracaena monitoring, but of course our program also deals with a variety of aquatic plants, whether that's pre-treatment surveys, treatment, post-treatment surveys, or just out monitoring for new detections as well. And then there's various other state listed species that we're always on the lookout for. 2022 will be our 13th year of monitoring in the state of Idaho. No detections so far this year, and there was no detections coming out of 2021. We do focus survey blitzes on certain areas of the state. Say we have one coming up in a couple of weeks up in the North Idaho Panhandle, focused on Ponderay and the lake and the river system, just because of the size of that water body. So we'll bring different staff and regions into one area and focus a blitz just to manage that workload. Along with that, we also have really good partners across the state, both in the watercraft inspection side and in the monitoring side. Say Idaho Power is on this call. They sample down in Hell's Canyon for us when they're out doing their routine monitoring. They also collect plankton tows for our lab. And we also have Coeur d'Alene Tribe, Shoshone Paiute Tribe, several counties. And new this year is we've got the Henry's Fork Foundation that's getting all trained up last week on monitoring. So it's good to see new partners coming in to the program. We would activate the Idaho Rapid Response Plan if a detection were to occur. And of course, many of the folks on this call know what that process looks like. So for this year, it'll be a very similar level of monitoring as to last year. Around 1,600 samples is our target goal. Last year, we were actually a little bit above that, which is always good to see. We sample multiple times throughout the season. Typically, a water body is sampled twice per month. And then we do ship those prior to overnight to our lab, our contracted lab, and we require a 2-week turnaround for lab analysis. So when we're out there doing plankton tow samples, we're also doing various adult monitoring as well as those other species that I talked about. We did shift a little bit of that monitoring focus to the Merimo mossball issue that came up last year. Basically with that, we're sampling smaller urban lakes and ponds, city ponds, things like that, that theoretically you would have an aquarium dump or release. So we're also sampling, most of those are like in Treasure Valley, Magic Valley, so Boise, Twin Falls, Coeur d'Alene, those type of areas. And then a lot of this information is available online, whether it's our standard operating procedures, which is the document here on the slide, or our web map. And to give you an idea of that, for folks who are curious, this is last year's web map, so it doesn't look like this yet. There's just a few dots on it so far, but this is typically where we're sampling. And so I anticipate a similar map this year, and that'll also be available online. Oh, I should also mention that Idaho has good support for funding. So this is Idaho State dedicated fund with our invasive species sticker, along with our general fund. And then we can bill a 50% cost share with Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission for that WRDA monitoring fund, which is similar but separate from the WRDA watercraft inspection grant. It's quite a bit smaller, but definitely adequate for what we need. And another exciting news from Idaho is, and I might mention this during the boat inspection update, but we were able to get 5 new positions, so full-time permanent positions through the legislature in our budget process this spring. So those 5 new positions will be in North Idaho, Idaho Falls, and Twin Falls. And that'll be shared between our invasive species and noxious weed program. And basically what that looks like on the ground, once we can get those staff members hired and trained, is I anticipate our level of sampling will go up a little bit. So always good to have more people out there looking around. And if you have any questions for monitoring Idaho, just let me know. Thanks, Leah.
Thanks, Nick. Any questions for Nick?
Actually, this is Leah. I have a quick question for Nick. Just seeing that you guys ship your samples overnight, have you seen any delays in shipments with, our world of interesting changes to, expectations of services of life?
Yeah, oh, I got the wrong slide there. We have, whether it's in the shipping, because we do ship those prior overnight to the lab. There's a couple of different schools of thought and how you preserve those samples, whether, you need to get them quickly to the lab on ice, or whether you preserve them in a different format and they have a longer shelf life, maybe you're not even at room temperature. We've done both. Every once in a while, we'll choose either method. But yeah, we've seen either samples not get to the lab. And so it's just one good thing that we have with our system is when they go to the lab, they're received, they're checked for temperature, pH, and general stability of the sample. And any sample that's not suitable for that analysis is discarded. And then that feedback comes back to me, and then I can pass that along to our survey crews. And then actually just this other day, I got a call from FedEx saying that one of our samples had popped open in Florida, some FedEx employee in Gainesville, and so things like that do happen. And then other, challenges would be like supply chain issues, say with ethanol or other sampling supplies and equipment. So you just got to do the best you can and order things early in the season, keep a good inventory on hand, and yeah, that's a good question.
Thanks, Nick.
I see a question in the chat from Laura Erickson. It says, was that CSAT with the DFO? Or maybe that was intended for or Martina, I'm sorry.
Martina.
Must have been, yeah, that must be for Martina. So
Yeah,
Martina,
I can follow up on that. Yeah, I can answer in the chat.
thank you. Thanks, Nick. Any other questions for Nick? If not, we'll move on to Craig McLean from Idaho, or from Montana. My mouth is just not doing right today.
All right. I have a couple slides here if you want to give me some power.
I just made you presenter, Craig.
Awesome. All right. I assume you can see that okay?
It's good.
Except for, can you see the little pop-up in front of mine, or does it look good on your end?
It looks good. It looks just right here. Yep.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so I'll just give a quick rundown about what's going on around Montana this year. So one of the big things that kind of happened earlier in the season, we went through our invasion potential risk assessment and reworked it, mainly because we had performed that risk assessment back in 2017 with the new discovery of villagers in Tiber and Canyon Ferry, the suspect ones in Canyon Ferry. So we, since we were working on delisting Tiber, we went through and reworked that risk assessment using similar metrics as we have in the past with the ones we have available. But we did change it slightly. In the past, we ranked them from 1 to 4. So we kind of had a lot of grouping and clumping going on. So we bumped it up to a rank of 1 to 10. And that really helps us kind of differentiate some of these other waters that look pretty similar. And this really informs our annual work plans. It's not a set in stone kind of a thing. It helps us just as we're working through our efforts and planning with partners and around the state. That kind of guides us a little bit. It also helps us as we get piles of samples coming into our lab to process them. That helps them guide them a little bit on which ones need to be prioritized over other waters. It helps take a little bit of the bias out of my end. So for 2022, the map kind of shows kind of those areas that we plan to sample this year. Roughly be about 400 waters where we do all taxa sampling. We'll end up with about 2,600 samples from fish, wildlife, and parks. Those different colors are simply different technicians that we have, our different teams of technicians and kind of their geographic areas they cover. This year we're trying a few things different where we're actually, some of our technicians that we've had working for several years, we're letting them work alone for part of the time when they're doing shore sites and things like that. And then they meet up with a partner to do boat sites to help them, gives them a little bit more flexibility in their scheduling and a little bit more ownership on their specific area. We have had a little bit of hiring issues, so we're still working on hiring a technician in the Great Falls area. Hopefully we'll get that filled to kind of fill that gap up a little bit. But I mean, right now we have someone working up there, so work's still getting done. It just has to go a little bit slower because he's doing everything all by himself. We're also going into the second year of a statewide crayfish survey. Stacey's working with several other FWP employees and the U.S. Forest Service, Susie Adams, on that project. So it's kind of the next year from the previous year sampling. So those kind of what's going around here. As far as partners, we got approximately 10 different groups, whether it's a government agency, federal agency, or nonprofit, or some other organization doing some sampling across the state. Some of those get funding through the AIS grant from the Montana Invasive Species Council. And I suspect we'll see somewhere around 700 samples or so that come to our lab to be processed as well. Similar to Idaho, we have a dashboard. It's on our website. You can get to it through cleandraindrymt.com, or you can go through FWP's website. They end up in the same spot. but you can kind of see what's going on and what we're finding real time as our technicians submit their data. The other part that we do is some of those control projects. So we have several of them planned for this year. Beaver Lake is one of them. We're working on Eurasian water milfoil there. Fragrant water lily on Holland Lake again. Next week we're going to be decontaminating a hatchery, blue waterfish hatchery, where we've found New Zealand mud snails. It's over several times if you follow our news ever. So this is the second time they've been discovered within the hatchery area. So we're going through a decontamination process again there this next week. Nylon is a new population of milfoil, Eurasian water milfoil, near Augusta and Great Falls. That we did a treatment late last fall. We need to get back out there soon and see what we've got growing and assess the situation there. Lake Elmo is kind of an interesting one. We just dewatered that whole reservoir last fall, and it spent the whole winter frozen, hopefully killing all of the corbicula that were in that lake. It's the only lake in Montana that we know of that has corbicula clams, so it's a great opportunity to wipe them out of Montana, hopefully. It got refilled in April, and so we'll keep watching for them, but it'll be probably a few years before we can even definitively say one way or the other. Since it did get drained and it was frozen for most of the winter, I'm hopeful that we won't find any live ones. So this is Beaver Lake. We got out there in May. We did our first surveys and scuba surveys, snorkel surveys. We placed some bottom barriers and really got out there early this year with the hopes that we can do a few more trips out there to really try to squash this population of milfoil. It's a small area right next to the boat ramp. It just keeps showing scattered plants. So we've done some more bottom barriers to cover some more areas where there's plant growth that we might be missing the invasive plants, and hopefully get out there a few more times this summer to try to really squash it. But if any of you are in the need of pink Swedish pimples for ice fishing or anything like that, reach out to us because we're now an authorized vendor because we found so many of them on our bottom barriers. We can supply lots of tackle boxes now. With that, I think that's it. I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Greg. Any questions for Greg? I have a question, Craig.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you think that where's the reinfestation for the hatchery coming for New Zealand mud snails?
Yeah, so the blue water fish hatchery it's effluent, dumps right into Blue Water Creek, and that one has a large infestation of mud snails there. And so it's right at the gate. So it's hard to tell whether we missed a couple spots. These were found in the settling ponds only this year, this last round. So it's potentially we just didn't kill them all in that settling pond. There's some cracks that look like they could be some good habitat for them. Maybe they just didn't get cooked enough. Or alternatively, it could just be simple as much as, something's eaten something with, fish with mud snails in them, or they're getting introduced that way, just back into the system. Looks like Stacey raised her hand.
Stacey.
Yeah, I think Craig's absolutely right. I think, we can't really say with any certainty, but it really looks like our first decontamination would have been effective, but the two settling ponds where we found New Zealand mud snails the second time had cracks running across the entirety of the basin of the pond, so big cement cracks. And it really looks like what happened was those cracks went all the way through, and so there were snails actually underneath the basin of the pond. And so when we did the decontamination, we effectively decontaminated all the surfaces but didn't get underneath into that void where the crack went through and there were snails in there. And so then eventually they just came back up. And talking with the hatchery folks, those two basins were actually older than a new basin that had been installed. And so now part of the whole process is both of those are getting taken out and replaced. So hopefully that solves the problem, but definitely lessons learned for us.
It sounds like a thorny problem.
Yeah, and we're gonna decontaminate the whole facility again, just as a caution, even if there wasn't any within those systems, within some of the raceways. We're gonna go through them and do them again. So.
Thanks, Craig and Stacey. Any other questions? If not, we're going to move on to Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Alan is going to provide an update. Out there, Alan?
I'm here.
Do you want to share your screen, Alan?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm doing this for Jesse Schultz, who's on well-deserved vacation. So no questions to me, please. Just kidding. Anyway, so we have partners, the Chelan County PUD, Confederate Tribes, the Covell Reservation, Douglas County, several other PUDs, and Seattle City Light. They deal with the water bodies that are shown on the right here, and our early detection monitoring sites throughout the state, 232 water bodies and approximately 415 sites. The color coding delineates sort of the risk-based, and so the red or dark orange ones are surveyed 3 times a year. The regular orange ones are usually surveyed twice a year, and the yellow ones are once a year. And then we have bonus sites, which are, I'll explain that in another slide here. But you see quite a bit of coverage for the state. So how do we come up with those designations of which ones we're going to do 3, 2, and 1 surveys per year? This is the system that Jesse put together, risk-based assessment. And so looking on your far left, you have the categories that he observes for each of these water bodies, including dissolved calcium and salinity, and then down below on, that's their likelihood of establishment in those areas. And then if they're the likelihood of introduction, looking at how much public access boat ramps, whether the boat ramps are paved or with a dock. These indicate generally higher use areas, so more potential pressure from watercraft coming in that could be contaminated. As it goes on down, including water body size, whether or not it has a boatyard, whether there's hydropower, flood control, irrigation, municipal water supplies, and proximity to source population. So he goes through each one of the water bodies and then assigns points to each of these. And then depending on that, then that identifies how often we survey those. And so on the far left, you have once every 3 years all the way to 3 times a year, depending on that risk. Or I guess there's some that we don't do any monitoring because they just don't have any possibility of Dreissenid establishment. So the sample methods, again, if you go to the sites that are done 3 times a year, that's on the left box. So in those sites, we do vertical and horizontal plankton tows. We look at artificial substrate. We do visual shoreline surveys, collect water quality, including dissolved calcium. And then we do a substrate sample with petit ponar grab. And we also do eDNA samples. On the sites monitored 1 and 2 times a year, basically everything except the eDNA. And then on the bonus sites, those are just visual shoreline surveys and water quality, including dissolved calcium. couple of the signs that we employ in our state, protecting your waters, clean, drain, dry, pretty standard message. And then the one on the right was much more directed towards trying to get more people to buy the aquatic invasive species prevention permit before launching in Washington waters. And these are only for all boats registered outside of Washington state. So in 2022, what our plan is in this sort of pie chart. So the biggest, we're expecting to do over 1,600 plankton tows, over 835 water quality samples and visual shoreline surveys, 700 benthic and substrate surveys, and almost 520 eDNA samples. So as we mentioned, people have mentioned, it's not just about getting out there, but it's also, we're still dealing with the COVID infestation itself, and how do we protect ourselves from that? Plus, it's summertime and there's heat, and so we want to be careful of getting overexposed to heat. And in the last few years, we have smoke issues. And so the air quality index can get pretty nasty out there, as I think everybody knows. And so how do you deal with those personal protective equipment and trainings to make sure that our staffs are safe out there and know when they need to sort of stop and seek more protected areas? So typically our teams are 2-person with a boat, and they go out between May and November. We have teams out of Olympia, Spokane, and we hope to have a team out of Ephrata, which is Central Washington. But we've been, the position's been announced since March and nobody's applied. So we're plugging that it's a great job, and looking into changing the duty stations to the Tri-Cities, Yakima, or bigger populations, and then allowing them to travel more to accomplish those sites. Or possibly using other aquatic invasive species staff. For example, we've designated 1 person just to conduct eDNA samples to speed up sampling for the Olympia and Spokane teams. And that's, again, when you're trying to pull all this stuff together, it's a lot of work. And we find that eDNA sampling can take a lot of time to collect and process those samples. So we also have a new app. It is operational, and non-DFW staff can access it. You must create a secure access Washington account, and partner accesses only their data for public disclosure reasons. There's instructional sampling videos, for all 6 sampling methods, and these videos will be implemented into our protocols, and they're produced by our public affairs. There's a public version for Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and that stuff is coming in July. So this is going to really help provide more opportunities for partners to engage in early detection monitoring and for consistency in collecting that information. This is something, please talk to Jesse specifically about this too if you're interested. So that's all I have for this presentation. I will try to answer any questions.
Thanks, Alan. Any questions for Alan? I have a question, Alan. With respect to is the intent of the instructional videos to try to enlist citizen science, or is it directed at partners?
I believe it's directed towards all the above, trying to integrate more citizen science, probably not on the things like plankton tows or eDNA, but maybe on the shoreline surveys and things like that, where the more technical things would be for the PUDs and tribes and others, partners, specific partners that are going to be engaged.
Interesting. Also, another question is could you, I know that you guys, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife are, multi-purposing some of your eDNA samples for other purposes. Can you describe that just briefly, like for the Northern Pike?
Right. So when we do eDNA, we also run assays for Northern Pike and New Zealand mud snail. And I'm not sure if there's more than that at this point.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good idea. Thanks, Alan. Any other questions for Alan? Thanks, Alan.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to move on to Rich Miller from Portland State University.
Hi, everybody. I've got a few slides to share also.
I will make you presenter, Rich.
All right, can you see my slide here?
Yep, in edit mode.
Okay. There we go. How's that?
Pretty good, but you're showing it in the notes version. So if you do the display settings little toggle, yeah, you got it.
Here we go. Okay, awesome. So I'm just going to give a quick update on what Portland State University Center for Lakes and Reservoirs is doing and planning to do this coming year. And our team is myself, Kat D. Rivera, Eric Ruiz, both of those folks are on the call today, and Ashley and Bradley are doing a lot of our field work. And also, we get funding, grant funding for most of the work that we do, unlike some of the state projects and provincial projects that you've been hearing about. So we get some funding from Bureau of Rec, Seattle City Light, Bonneville Power, Army Corps, Fish and Wildlife Service, and Pacific States Marine Fisheries. So this coming year, we're going to be doing efforts that are similar to what we did in 2021, which this map on the right shows what the water bodies that we surveyed this last year. Since we're grant funded, we prioritize our water bodies based on risk of establishment and introduction, but also based on who's funding our project. For instance, Seattle City Light is funding us to do sampling up at Boundary Reservoir up above Spokane. So we're going to get up there and do 3 sampling events this year, collect a lot of veliger tows, also do quite a bit of adult surveys for along shorelines, docks using ponars. We do a rake technique where we pull out plants, look for any organisms that are on the plants, and then sieve that and look at the sieve material, and also adult substrates. Another one of our funded projects is through the Bureau of Rec, which I'll talk about here in a second. But we're going to collect 130 veliger samples for that project and also do the adult sampling techniques that I mentioned. And then we have a project with the Army Corps of Engineers where we partner with Army Corps projects in the region. We have some WRDA funding this year also. It's more limited than what we've got in the past because we were limited on the amount of match that we were able to provide. But because of that, we're not doing veliger surveys on that project. We're just doing adult surveys at high priority water bodies. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service provides funds to fill in the gaps where more monitoring is needed. And then also there's a professor at Portland State University who's teaching a bioinvasions class, and he is training his students to survey for invasive species, and they're going to be looking for adult mussels and other organisms in the Portland area in urban waters related to the mossball introduction pathway. So the urban lake should be pretty well covered around Portland at least. Our samples are going to be analyzed, the veliger samples are analyzed by Aquaticus down in Florida. One of the issues that we've had this year so far is very low water levels in southern and eastern Oregon. That's way different from what's going on up in BC, but it's especially down in the Rogue Basin and eastern Oregon. This picture on the right-hand side here just shows the teacup diagrams of Bureau of Rec reservoirs in the southeastern Oregon. We've already had a crew out into this area sampling Warm Springs before it's they're not able to sample there anymore. So we're trying to get as much sampling done early in the season as we can in these areas. We were somewhat limited in the sampling because, as Martina noted, the water temperatures have been colder than normal. So we've had to not do the veliger tows super early, just do the adult surveys. Some of these Bureau of Rec water bodies in central and eastern Oregon, later on when they draw down even further, we probably won't be able to get down to do the normal sampling that we do. So we're gonna shift to some of the outlet and irrigation outlets from these reservoirs to survey for veligers, and we'll also try and get into the lakes with canoes or kayaks as possible, and do shoreline surveys in the drawdown areas. The picture down the bottom left, this just shows Prineville Reservoir yesterday, and it is already below the lowest boat launch. So not a lot of water in southern and eastern Oregon. The Army Corps project that we partner with the USACE folks, we're gonna collect 110 veliger samples. For this project, we provide all the sampling materials, including the nets and the bottles with ethanol, and do all the shipping for our project partners, which the areas that they sample are on the right-hand side here in the red dots. Also through this project, Ashley Newcomb, our technician this year, she developed a veliger sampling training video that we'll be sending out to all our partners to help them out with their methods. And those are just a list of the different projects that we're working with the Army Corps of Engineers. And here is our contact information, and I know Kit and Eric are around, and if you have questions, and I can answer what I can. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Any questions for Rich? I've got a question, Rich. I know that there was recently a conversation with the Portland metro area about doing some additional sampling. Can you describe that, or you or Kat?
Yeah, Kat, go ahead and jump in if you got more to add. But Portland metro area there, boy, I believe it's WRDA funding that they are going to be going for. I'm not sure about that. But kind of a consortium of folks from around the area try and standardize the sampling methods and divide up the sampling efforts so the Portland area can be monitored in detail.
Yeah, thanks, Rich.
Yeah.
Anything to add, Kat?
No, I know Lisa DeBaccara is doing a risk prioritization for the water bodies as well to help identify what needs to be sampled first. I think Lisa's here, yeah, so she can speak to that too.
Are you here, Lisa? Do you want to chime in?
I think
I think
she's
she's on the road.
She's on the road.
Right, yeah. But anyways, I thought it was an interesting coordinated effort for the metropolitan area to embark on that discussion. Any other questions for Rich or Kat? Thank you. With that, we'll move on to Steve Bones with Washington State University.
Steve,
Good afternoon, everybody.
you would like to share some slides, Steve?
Please. Okay, so over the past couple of years, I have become quite expert in using Zoom, but not so much with GoToMeeting. So is there any advice here on how I can share my screen?
So are you seeing a prompt when I just made you presenter to select?
On the bottom of the screen, the screen icon still shows me blocked, but there is a prompt. GoToMeeting needs to use accessibility features.
And I would say you have to allow them. Are you using an Apple?
Yes.
Okay, Robin Draheim, do you have any words of advice? Because we just did this the other day in our tech check.
You there, Robin?
Or Rich, I don't know, were you just using an Apple?
No, I was using a regular PC.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This is why I did the pre-troubleshoots. I don't have a suggestion because I don't use
Okay.
Apple myself, but I think that has something to do with it.
A couple of options come to mind. One is I could quickly email you this presentation, Leah or Tim, and you could present on my behalf. Or alternatively, I can just give a verbal update, which might be quickest yet.
Hey, before you do that, Mike, I'm on I'm on a Mac too, and on the bottom of my GoToMeeting, there's my camera and screen. Have you tried the screen one?
I have, and it remains blocked with only a prompt to system preferences for which there's not any obvious change. There's an option for accessibility, but in fact, that leads me to a dead end without any further options.
All right, I'll look into it while you're talking, and I'll put something in the chat if I figure it out.
Yeah, go ahead and do it verbal. That's fine.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And
Much of
next, Steve, you're next. Go ahead.
I think much of this should be familiar to folks as I've made this presentation multiple times in recent years. But just let me quickly acknowledge my collaborators at Washington State University, that is Gretchen Rollwagen-Bolens and Julie Zimmerman. We have been sampling in recent years, and again this year in 2022, a series of 12 stations on the Columbia River, the most upstream of which is Lake Celilo, the most downstream of which is Vancouver, Washington. We sample bi-weekly, May through October, a total of 41 net samples and 12 eDNA samples at each station for a total of 486 net samples and 144 eDNA samples. We have done a risk assessment based on the well-cited paper in 2011, the report by Wells et al., which indicated the risk of introduction in these areas was high and the risk of establishment was medium. We have recently followed up that study with some sampling of our own, taking advantage of a new water chemistry facility at WSU Vancouver, in which we've been able to look at water chemistry, in particular calcium concentrations, and that culminated in a paper that several of us, including Tim Coonahan and a number of folks from WSU, published last year in Rivers Research and Applications. The title of this paper is calcium concentrations in the lower Columbia River, USA are generally sufficient to support invasive bivalve spread. I think that pretty much says it all. So between the Wells et al. Report and these more recent updated data, we have identified these 12 stations as high in risk of introduction, medium in risk of establishment, then with potential economic impacts given hydropower infrastructure, et cetera, being extremely high, and potential ecological impacts also being extremely high. So that's the basis for our prioritizing these 12 stations. Again, biweekly sampling May through October. Replicate plankton tows are collected and then analyzed with cross-polarized light microscopy. Water samples are collected and analyzed for eDNA by the Upper Midwest Environmental Laboratory of USGS. And then we also process a subsample, a subset of our plankton net tow samples using the FlowCam, a video imaging system. And the good news is, thus far in 2022, now this is based only on the May samples, there have been no detections at any of our sites. This work is obviously still in progress, but so far so good. And we usually are prompted to address the question, what went well and what posed difficulties this year. And you know, at this point, we've been doing this for a number of years, so things are going very, very smoothly. There have been no obstacles to speak of this year. Obviously, COVID slowed us down a little bit in 2020, but not so last year or this year. And going forward, we see no significant constraints. So that's the report for our dry-scented veliger work. I did want to leave folks with one question, one piece of food for thought, and that is, can the Asian clam, Corbicula fluminea, be used as a model organism for better understanding possible invasions of other bivalves, such as dry-scenteds, in the Columbia River Basin and elsewhere? And there's a couple of recent papers that my group has published, one last year on the feeding dynamics of C. fluminea, published in Inland Waters, and another one very recently on the abundance and growth of Corbicula fluminea in the lower Columbia, published in Aquatic Invasions. And if people want to reach out to me, I'm happy to share these with folks, or indeed if this is being recorded, we'll make sure that this information is available to folks. That's it for my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that people have.
Thanks, Steve. Any questions for Steve? I've got a question, Steve. Do you have any plans to, it seems like you, for the past several years, have sampled in particular locations for quagga and zebra mussels. Any thoughts about expanding that at all? Or?
Well, yes and no. So that's a great question, Tim. You know, we in many of our other externally funded projects, we try to take advantage of opportunities to drag in that, you know, whenever and wherever we can. However, you know, for this particular project and especially the costs involved in processing samples, et cetera, we are constrained by the funds available through WRDA. And more specifically, we're constrained by the matching that WSU is able to provide, which is considerable, but nevertheless limited. So in an ideal sense, yes, we would dearly love to expand the number of sites and locations in which we're working, but as a practical matter, processing those samples requires new and additional funding.
Thanks, Steve. Just a follow-up question. I know that you recently got a project funded through the Northwest Climate Adaptation Science Center looking at the corbicula dynamics. Is there any opportunity to kind of like tag on to those efforts?
Well, as usual, Tim, you're being far too modest. You should have said we received funding, a new grant from the Northwest Climate Adaptation Science Center, and this includes Alexa Main of the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation as a key partner as well. So a joint project between WSU, USGS, and CTUIR. But the simple answer to your question is yes, undoubtedly, we'll have some opportunity to expand our efforts. That project, as you rightly noted, is focused on corbicula. So we'll be able to do some things with additional dry scented monitoring, but the focus will be on corbicula. And that is in part what led me to that final comment on food for thought. If as a broader community, we might not be able to leverage work we're doing with corbicula to help inform what we're doing with dry scented as well. So
Thanks,
great
Steve.
question. Thanks, Tim.
Well, apologies for the leading question, but I appreciate it. Any other questions for Steve? If not, next up is Damian Walter with the Corps of Engineers. Damian?
Yes, I'm just giving a verbal. Colleague, Betsy Hall she's with Seattle District. She was unable to attend, so I'll provide hers. As most folks know, and you heard in Rich's presentation, it's a cooperation and effort between us and Portland State University. So those red dots were the core locations. So I'm not going to recover that. For Seattle District, provided to me was their routine sampling, Albany Falls, Chief Joseph Dam, and Libby Dam. They'll have 4 events, which is basically 1 event each month, June through September. They'll be doing their sampling. She did not have an update on Lake Washington, Ship Canal, if they're doing anything there. But I'm assuming that is 3 samples at each event. For Walla Walla, our locations are McNary, where we take basically at the Snake River and the Columbia, the mid-Columbia. Our strategy, again, is same as last year, 1 event each month. We downsized due to budget reductions over the last couple of years, and I'm only able to typically get out once a month now. And then also we take samples in Clarkston and Lewiston. And as you heard in Rich's presentation, we had all non-detects last year, so good matter there. I do have to apologize. I noticed my counterpart in Seattle is not on the call, Nick. I was in a meeting with last week, so I'm assuming they're going to do the same. I don't have an update from him, and I didn't. I honestly did not know he was not going to attend. So, but as you saw, he does the Bonneville area and around John Day. Also for us at the Corps, we're doing a lot of flying rush monitoring. Some folks know, so Betsy Hall will be performing those efforts and her teams in Albany Falls, where actually they're going to be doing some treatments this summer with some routine funds that they have. They are going through finishing up a consultation for the bull trout with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, so hopefully that concurrence will come in soon. They're also do flying rush monitoring in Chief Joseph Dam area and all their projects in Libby, just in case. For Walla Walla District, we'll be doing our routine flying rush monitoring work in McNary Dam and efforts that we do with our ERDIC folks. I do want to give a quick shout out to Eric Anderson and Nick for their assistance. They met one of our researchers at ERDIC, which was Sheriff Grove. He is working on some eRNA efforts for zebra quagga mussels in the aspect of monitoring. The thought of some of it is that like watercraft inspection stations, but also application in the field with a mobile type unit, some work that I was able to get funding through the research side of the Corps and helping them develop that. So that is something that is started to kick off with some literature work, but actually getting some of the if you want to say field practical application, and them understanding that research and monitoring, which hopefully be something that for us at the Corps we might be able to use or work on as Dr. Rick Schlantz develops that. And that's the summation. Any questions?
Thanks, Damien. Any questions for Damien?
I see
There's
Rich
a
added a
question,
little bit
Damien.
of information. Oh,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say Rich Miller did add some information in the chat about
Okay.
the villager sampling, I think, or clarification. But go ahead, Tim. Go ahead, Tim.
Thanks, Damien. The flowering rush activities by Betsy, what does that entail?
So they do both monitoring to see the expansion of flowering rush up there, but also treatment methods. They've been doing the bare ground and their drawdown. That was some research that was done by our ERDIC research groups. It started about 6 years ago. It actually ended last year. I think it was the last year of their actual research work on that. Similar to the work we're doing for the submerged applications in McNary, same group, Dr. Getzinger and Dr. Bradley Sarton. So it's their treatments of the drawdowns. They actually did, based on some of the work that we did in McNary, did do some treatments of submerged flowering rush last year, and did one test site of about 5 acres the year before. So they're instituting some of the from the research we've done in McNary Pool. They're instituting that on their submerged flowering rush up there. That's the effort that Betsy's doing with flowering rush.
Thank you so much, Damien. Any other questions for Damien? If not, we're going to move on to the Bureau of Reclamation, and Anthony Prisciandaro is going to provide an update. Anthony.
Hi, I'm substituting for Heidi McMaster. I do have a presentation.
I did just give you permission, sir, Anthony. So hopefully you can, there we go.
Of course, you're seeing the wrong screen. There we go.
Looks good.
All right. So I am the area office aquatic invasive species coordinator that covers the Snake River area, but I will be talking about our Columbia Basin region today. So one of the first things, I did get some funding from our science and technology grant program through Reclamation a few years ago, and Tim and Adam Sepulveda helped put together a risk mapping application that we've talked about at a couple of these meetings. We are looking at long-term hosting and the funding for that. So I put out a survey in the chat to see if we can get some responses from folks on how much that is getting used, and just to make sure that we are justified in finding the funding to be able to do that. I have an internal reclamation report that will be coming out with some more details on calcium and pH dynamics and how data from the water quality portal can and cannot be used. So that'll be published soon. And then Adam and Tim and Josh Gage, the GIS or JavaScript guy, are putting together a publication to go out for a journal article as well. And Reclamation is looking at expanding this into other basins. So some responses to that survey would be welcome. Talking about our villager sampling, our Denver lab just put out an updated version of our methods protocols. So our regional lab does most of our work here in the Columbia Basin. They are based here in Boise, doing vertical tows with 64 micron mesh, and then cross-polarized light microscopy for the analysis. We do send some samples down to the lab in Denver to get additional eDNA done on top of that sampling. Most of our stuff was added on top of a typical water quality sampling program that had been developed before. So a lot of places that are at medium or low risk only have one sampling site where we go out somewhere close to the dam to do the water quality and veliger tows. So this list will get separated out by state here in a minute, but just to give you an idea of how many different sites we are looking at, the sites listed in green on the left-hand side there are ones that have been added in the last couple of years. So if you are familiar with our sampling, those are new sites that we had not been doing previously. So we are on a rotating schedule. We'll see that some of these sites are not being sampled in 2022, and then the number of sampling events that are actually happening there. But those sites that are not being sampled will rotate in and out over the years. So for Idaho, a lot of our high-risk sites are actually in Idaho, and we are doing a lot of sampling there this year with no new sites being added to Idaho. Oregon, Crescent Lake, Fish Lake, and 4 Mile Lake, some of those areas that Rich talked about being relatively dry this year are being sampled, and our lab did pick up a inflatable boat with an electric motor to help continue sampling even at some of these low reservoir elevations. Washington, we did pick up some more sites there as well, 2 of them being in the high risk category that we were not sampling previously. And then Montana and Wyoming, we have a couple sites over there as well. For my specific work in the Snake River area office, our medium and high risk reservoirs also have settling plates and temperature loggers put out. So the lab is doing that sampling for us now when they go out and do their water quality sampling. We've added funding to allow them to go out instead of me driving separately to go do that. So a lot of the places just have one set of settling plates on a buoy system, but the places where we are able to coordinate with local facilities that have multiple buoys, we're able to use those other buoys and put out more systems. So those are at these reservoirs here in Oregon, Idaho, and Wyoming. So like I said, we have temperature associated with those to try to help determine the best timing for going out and doing the veliger sampling in future years. So we have, along with the settling plates, temperature monitors at the surface and down to about 15 meters at a lot of these places. So this is just an example of how that data comes out. So we have interannual variability and within season variability, but the big take home here is that some years at 15 meters in depth, we are at spawning temperatures throughout the summer, and other years we don't get to that spawning temperature at depth until the reservoir turns to do the best bang for the buck sampling it when we're only going out a few times a year. We also do dive surveys for safety of dams, where the divers are trained to be able to detect mussels and other invasive species. Our archaeologists do a whole lot of surveys along the shorelines, and they have been cross-trained as well to do invasive species surveys for us. And that is all I have, and I can take questions.
Thanks, Anthony. Any questions for Anthony? I have a question, Anthony. With respect to your temperature profiling efforts, how do you envision that driving your sampling in the future?
For areas like Oahe, it's the opposite of what we expected. Most of our high elevation reservoirs where I do the majority of my bull trout oriented work, high flow years usually mean low temperature years. But the lower elevation reservoirs where I'm starting to do this invasive species work, the high flow years are actually higher temperature years because you have a large volume of warm water by the time that it gets down to Oahe Reservoir. So we would be able to determine if we want to do sampling early in the spring because we have that big flood of warm water coming in, or waiting until the fall when the reservoir level drops to get the spawning temperatures down to the elevation where things could have survived the previous winter.
Fascinating. Thanks, Anthony. Any other questions for Anthony? If not, I'm going to turn it over to Robin Draheim, who's going to introduce our next presenters. Robin?
Thanks, Tim. I would like to welcome Carrie Cook-Tabor and Laura Sprague with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who are here with us today to give us both their monitoring update and a little bit more of a deep dive into the aquatic invasive species monitoring that the service is doing. I'm not sure which one of you is going to be presenting the slides, but just let us know and we'll switch you over.
Hi, Robin. This is Carrie Cook-Tabor in Olympia, and I'm going to be presenting the slides. And luckily, Laura is here to answer questions along with myself. Okay, I'm new to this meeting, so I'm going to try. All right. Do I need to change the display settings, or does it look okay to you?
Display settings need to be toggled there.
Okay, thank you.
You're very close. Good job.
I guessed wrong. How's that look?
Great, great.
Awesome. All right. Okay, well, I'm giving my presentation from home today, and I was hoping to actually use a room in our office, but our office had a plumbing disaster, so we are not allowed to be there right now. Thanks for having me. My name again is Carrie Cook-Tabor. I work here in Olympia, Washington for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm a fish bio. Laura Sprague is on the call as well. Jennifer Poirier is not able to make the meeting today, and she provided quite a bit of the background information on these slides, and so did Teresa Tome, who is on vacation. So I want to just say first that I am not an expert on anything that's being presented here. I kind of feel like what Alan said about Jesse being gone. But anyway, so we will try like crazy, Laura and I will, to answer any questions that you have. Laura, of course, knows a lot more. I don't work in the Columbia, but the other three co-presenters do. And so anyways, with that background information, I just wanted to first, let me make my slides go forward. Okay, now, why are they not going when I say? Sorry, little technical difficulties. Page down, no? Silly.
Yeah, the down arrow should be able to move it, or even your mouse too.
Yeah. Huh. That's so interesting. This looks so different than the ones I've given. It's not, page down is not working. All right.
Do you want to try closing it and reopening it real quick, just for the fun of it?
Oh, there we go. Does that look normal?
Yes, it advanced. It advanced. Yep.
Yay! All right. So this is really confusing. I have 3 different monitors up with different versions of this thing, and so I had to be on the correct one. Sorry about that, everyone. So I just wanted to give you an update, 8 quick slides of what's going on funding in terms of Fish and Wildlife Service opportunities to fund projects. Also, we'd like to give an update on eDNA monitoring at our national fish hatcheries, as well as a quick update on our YY brook trout project that's going on. And then of course, Teresa threw this in here, but we just last week passed our 150th anniversary of our National Fish Hatchery System, which is crazy to think that it's been going on for 150 years. But anyways, so coming up with a funding update, what we wanted to get across today was to share with you all is that we are receiving approximately $20 million per year to the Department of Interior. And that's going to total about $100 million for invasive species work over the next 5 years. A list of the projects funded in fiscal year 22 is included in a press release, and I'm going to actually throw that link in the chats as soon as I'm done with this update. Also in the press release is a link to the Infrastructure Act's project list. So the project list that includes all the projects that were funded for fiscal year 22. One of these funded projects in fiscal year 22 is a grant opportunity administered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And we wanted everyone to be aware of this because this is the notice of funding opportunity. That's the fiscal year 22 AS 00320. However, it's due today. So I am sure that the folks that are on the call that were interested in receiving funding, hopefully you got the information and can get the proposals in. If not, you have like 3 hours left. I'm not sure actually when the cutoff, but I assume it's at the close of business. But these grants are to support implementing measures that prevent the introduction or spread of invasive species. The proposals are requested that advance strategic, ecologically based landscape level prevention measures. And the total funding that's available is about $1.85 million. Again, the proposals are due today. Can't get that across enough. If you have thought about it, have something in your back pocket you want to put forward. The anticipated award date for this is in August of 2022, so just a couple months off. And additional details can be found in the notice of funding opportunities on grants.gov. And then I'll also put some information on who to contact if you want to direct some questions to Dr. Susan Pascoe, who is in the Division of Fish and Aquatic Conservation in the DC office. So anyways, so that's that. We also wanted to give an update on the fiscal year 2022 state aquatic nuisance species plan funds. So the applications for this money for these funds have been received, and they should be processed in the next few weeks. And although the funding amounts in fiscal year 22 were similar to levels that we saw in 2021, more states have applied for these funds. So there's a slight decrease in funds to each state. So so last year, approximately 99,000 went to each state that applied for these funds, and this year we expect about 95,000. So again, just a slight decrease. The next bullet is the fiscal year 22 quagga and zebra mussel action plan funds, and this is a total of $2.25 million available. And the NOFA, or the Notice of Funding Opportunity, has gone out and it's officially been posted. We have this amount of 2.25 million is about similar to last fiscal year that was available. And however, the application process has significantly changed over the past 2 years because we transitioned to a new website server type deal called grantsolutions.gov. So we just want to make sure that if you see the announcement in grants.gov, the application must be submitted through grantsolutions.gov. And I know that's really confusing, and I just wanted to make clear to folks who may be applying for these funds that it's grantsolutions.gov. So this funding opportunity is open for proposals through July 20th. So we have almost a complete month to submit those proposals. And the announcement number, I'll put some of the stuff in the chat. So the links and stuff like that. And also the person to contact if you want more information. So anyways, there's that. And then we wanted to give an update on the interagency agreement that we have. So we have a 5-year agreement, which is managed by the Fish and Wildlife Service, but it's in partnership with the Bureau of Land Management, the Bureau of Reclamation, and the National Park Service. And this agreement funds projects that are recurring and benefits the Western states to provide more secure and consistent funding for watercraft inspection and decontamination classes through the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Council. And also it helps fund the Western Watercraft Inspection and Decon Database, which is headed by CPW, which I believe is the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So let me advance slide, see if I can get this to work more. There we go. All right, so an update on the eDNA monitoring that we're doing. So we currently conduct eDNA sampling at our national fish hatcheries at Carson, Willard, Little White Salmon, Spring Creek, Eagle Creek, and Warm Springs. So beginning in 2015, we began to visually survey and collect eDNA samples at the primary intake and outflow locations to test for New Zealand mud snails at all of these facilities. In 2017 and 18, we began adding eDNA sampling for quagga and zebra mussels. And then starting in 2021, we surveyed all hatchery facilities for New Zealand mud snails, quagga and zebra mussels, northern pike, and common carp. So we are super happy to report that to date, no target aquatic invasive species have been observed or detected at these national fish hatcheries. So yippee. We also visually survey and sample eDNA at up to 5 reference locations. Having a little technical difficulties on my side. So we also visually survey and sample eDNA at up to 5 reference locations with documented New Zealand mud snails presence. And this is used to estimate the detection probability of both early detection methods using a single season site occupancy model. And for more information about this survey methods and the results, please see Poirier and Harris 2018 or contact Jen Poirier directly. So anyways, lastly, we hope to implement a pilot study to test the performance of biomeme portable qPCR thermocyclers for real-time eDNA sampling at our national fish hatcheries. And we were hoping to implement this earlier than next fiscal year, but it just hasn't taken off yet. So with the objectives of this particular study would be to sample 3 to 5 locations with known New Zealand mud snail presence to evaluate the performance and detection probability of the biomeme unit. And then we would like to take those sample results of biomeme and the logistics, which including the processing time, the costs, the results, the turnaround time frame, and compare those with those from Washington State University's eDNA lab. So we want to see, how it differs cost-wise and time-wise and all these other things, and also results. So Jen is hoping to use this biomeme thermocycler to test for New Zealand mud snails, but you can also purchase test kits for zebra, quagga mussels, and northern pike at this time. So, and then in addition to the 6 hatcheries in the lower Columbia River mentioned earlier, we complete annual surveys at all of our national fish hatcheries and tribal hatcheries that we serve. Let me go down one more. And here is a map of these national fish hatcheries surveyed for the various invasive species in the lower Columbia River. And those are the ones in the blue with the little fishes. And then in the red are actually confirmed New Zealand mud snail presence locations. Okay. I have a kitty cat that's bugging me. Sorry about that. So the annual visual surveys that I mentioned earlier at all the national fish hatcheries and tribal hatcheries that we serve, and meaning serve here the ones that where our agency provides fish health services. And Laura Sprague is an expert on this, so if you have any questions, she's here to answer those questions. So the visual surveys are done at the water sources to the hatcheries, and you can see what the protocol is, that they interview the hatchery staff and ask if they've seen any snails in the raceways, bring examples to show staff what the snails look like. They search for New Zealand mud snails at all the inlets and outlets. They search for them in the raceways and the head boxes. They check hatchery plumbing if accessible. And then they also look for New Zealand mud snails at public fishing or public access areas. Okay. So now we're on to YY male brook trout stocking. So in an effort to eradicate non-native brook trout in the water source of Carson National Fish Hatchery, the Columbia River Fish and Wildlife Conservation Office is continuing to stock these YY male brook trout in Tyee Springs at the hatchery. This summer, we are removing brook trout from June to August. We are stocking approximately 2,000 of these YY male brook trout into Tyee Springs in August. And we are installing a pit array to monitor the movement and survival of these YY brook trout. And then this proof of concept evaluation of the use of the YY male brook trout will help the service and its partners determine if and how this approach could control nuisance brook trout populations in other locations and for other nuisance aquatic invasive species like, for example, common carp. So another example is a feasibility study for control of common carp at Malheur using the YY male approach has been proposed. And the results of this brook trout eradication project will provide science to inform that very effort. So, and for more information, please see Jen Poirier or reach out to her as well. She's the contact for that one. And then I wanted to put up here all of our Fish and Wildlife Service email addresses for Laura, myself, and Jen. And then Teresa Toom, who is our Regional Aquatic Invasive Species Coordinator. And she even hands out her cell phone. So, and that's all I have. Laura, did I miss anything? Well, maybe she's not on. Any questions?
Are there any questions for Carrie? That was a lot, Carrie. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Sorry about my technical difficulties.
No worries. Those that live in glass houses, you know.
All right. Now, how do somebody take over my machine, or do I have to get out of it?
Yeah, I see that Laura is actually on, but she doesn't have a working mic. And she said, Carrie, you covered it great.
Okay, thanks.
There's an affirmation. Okay, so if there's no questions for Carrie, we would move on to Robin, who's going to provide an update on the monitoring map.
All right. Once I can share my screen, I'll get started on that. The monitoring map sort of nicely wraps up all of the presentations today in terms of allowing us to share all of our sampling locations from last year and years past. There we go. So I'm going to go through our 2021 results and a little bit of our 2022 plans and any questions or comments that we want to make on the process here. So we have our map up for 2021. This is the one that is public facing, which means it's located on the westernais.org website under the monitoring tab there. So you can see how we cover a much larger region than just the Columbia Basin in this case. And each of these points represents a specific monitoring moment. And if you click on one of them, you'll get monitoring data. It's actually a scrollable screen, so you can get quite a lot of information on it, except I didn't put them in the right order. So you can see what type of tow it is, what volume of water might have been collected, if it's an adult or a villager, if it's a rake toss for aquatic plants that's then evaluated for adult mussels, etc. So that's what the map will get you. There is another planning tool. I just have a picture up from last year of this. This is not public facing, so there is a link to it. I put it on the top of this slide, but it's been sent out many times in our monitoring emails, and I can send it out again for folks because it is password protected. But this allows anyone to go through the data and search for different types of monitoring, or it really allows you to do a deeper dive into the data and to do any data analysis on it that you might want to do there. So, but on to the 2021 data. There were almost 18,000 sites where monitoring took place. Last year, that's up a pretty good amount from about 14,000 last year. Our data set has expanded geographically a little bit, although not really comprehensively. We do have some sites but even further east than we've had before. I think most of those are due to the Bureau of Reclamation. So, but we have not specifically asked for data from all of those states there. We had an interesting situation again last year, possibly weather driven. It may be a ongoing phenomena in which sampling continued well into November for several of our submitters, which tends to, if you'll recall back to our January meeting, it tends to mean that we can't get a map generated in time for that meeting because data is still coming in January. When we sometimes have meetings in December, it makes that window even tighter in terms of being able to collect data from our submitters, proof it, and get it up on that map. So one question that you can keep in the back of your heads is this map useful to you? And if so, how can we time it so that it is the most useful for anyone? I'll also note that the number of submitters we had increased, which is great. So this is the list of folks who submitted. For several of these where we have a state or province submitting data, there's multiple partners who aren't listed on this list. The only folks missing this year were the U.S. Forest Service, and we were unable to get any data from them, but we have generally gotten their AREMP data in the past. So one question that I know folks might have questions about are that we are using the data from the USGS NAS for our mussel layer. It's not live, so we have to manually update it on an annual basis, usually when this map goes up. So it may not have the latest mussel detections there, but it also includes those spots where introductions failed or are considered extirpated. For example, there's you'll see the site in one of two in Montana where until you dig down into the data on that point, you might not understand why it shows that there's a mussel detection there. So that's something to keep in mind with this map, especially as it is public facing in this case. That can be complicated for folks. So moving on to sort of what our next steps are, we have this, we have our monitoring here, and we want to update the website because it is the forward-facing map pulls off of a rather old page. We need your photos. I may just steal them from your presentations today, but if you have some great photos that you really want to showcase some of your technicians sampling with, we'd love to have them so we can update their website there. We're going to try and work on that mussel tile layer, the one that's not currently live because it isn't being updated as a sort of a public map service by the NAS. I believe the BOR was compiling layers in the past, but that might have been as far back as 2017, so we'll have to look into that as well. As I mentioned before, timing of the map is something that we want to look into. Whether or not we want to expand the map is a question. We currently don't include or don't ask for submissions from all of the Western states, such as Arizona or New Mexico. We haven't gone any further east than Wyoming in the past. So if there's some expansion that would be useful to folks, or if there are submitters that we aren't getting data from that we want to expand our request to, that would be useful. And then lastly, talking to Van Hare at Pacific States, who does all the behind the scenes map workup. He's looking at some sort of new apps for this, as the one that we're currently using is getting a little old, so to speak. So that's what I have there. I'm happy to take any questions there. And I can also put the link to the monitoring data and the password for that into the chat for folks, if that would be useful.
Thanks, Robin. Any questions for Robin? I have a question, Robin.
Yes.
With respect to kind of asking the question about how to move forward, obviously there's, it's difficult for folks to respond to that in this format. I think it would be easier if we were in person. We could kind of have a back and forth conversation.
Exactly.
But how do you think we would facilitate that discussion?
What I really think needs to happen is to have a discussion about who's using this map and whether or not we know, or we've heard in the past that oftentimes when folks need a sort of a snapshot of monitoring efforts to show a potential funder or to walk up maybe as a legislative presentation, that this map is really useful for that. My question would be, in terms of utility, are folks also using that non-public facing data set and for any sort of monitoring planning effort? And then that gets into, both of those get into timing there, and then more nuanced discussion of whether or not expansion or other tweaks to the map would be useful.
Yeah. No, those are good thoughts. I think maybe in between this and the next meeting, we might try to, I know that everybody's busy too, so we'd have to time it correctly, but maybe a more concerted effort to ask some directed questions. Maybe something like a survey would be helpful.
Sounds good. We've done a survey in the past and asked about some of these things, but it's been long enough that I think we can ask again.
Yeah. Well, and it's not an insignificant effort to put the map together. Right.
And it's also interesting to think about how many states now have their own monitoring dashboards, which was very different from when this was originally set up. So there's probably a bigger discussion that we can have there.
I agree totally. Yep, the map has been in development for almost like 10 years or so.
Might be longer than that. I think 2010 might be the first year we have on that. Once you back up.
So any other questions or thoughts for this discussion?
This is Leah, and the only thing I would add is just in talking about relevancy and encourage others to take the survey that Anthony put into the chat too about the resource that he has online about risk assessment. I think it's risk assessment for monitoring. So just help people make their resources helpful. So
yep, and that's really what it's all about.
Yep.
So that was our last agenda item. Any thoughts? Thoughts of wisdom, Robin or Stephen or Leah, as we wrap it up? I know that I found this, always find it a very useful information sharing venue, but Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Yeah, good discussion as always. The part on prioritizing water bodies, we may need to take another look at that. Because I know once a monitoring program is in place, you tend to replicate that year by year. And I think we always need to make sure that we are hitting all the hot spots as new information comes in on priorities. So that may be something to look at in the future of maybe a small work session on are we still hitting the water bodies that are the highest risk?
That's a good thought. And this is the Columbia River Basin team meeting. Stephen or Leah, do you have any thoughts about how we intersect with the Missouri Basin team?
Well, we do have a Missouri River Basin meeting coming up fall. What's our latest estimate on a date, Leah?
TBD fall.
Yeah,
It has not yet been determined. Yes.
And if and part of this goes back to the old match question with Corps of Engineers and the cost share program, they will have the opportunity to expand monitoring in the Missouri quite a bit with the Corps of Engineers money, as many are finding match, and this is the same with the city of Portland. If you keep plugging away at it, you can find it. But we always make these products available to a larger audience. In the Missouri, certainly, and I know, Tim, you've been very interested in this and trying to get additional data points in that area. Because I know they've been monitoring poor over the years just because of the way their budgets are. So I think there's great opportunity there, and we will bring it up in our next Missouri Basin team meeting.
I think those are good thoughts too. And this group has evolved so rapidly and so well that maybe the Missouri River Basin team, if we provide some of this information, similar types of information to them, it might be helpful there as well. Any thoughts on that, Leah, or any final words?
Nothing to add. No, I agree that we could be continuing to share resources.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for the session. We look forward to tomorrow's meeting, and I'm looking forward to meeting in person in January or December or wherever it is. I don't know. Right. Something other than staring at people on the computer screen, I think, would be great.
Right. So tomorrow we will start again at 10 a.m. Pacific time and kind of quit around the same time, 2 p.m. And you can use the same link, nothing's changed. And yeah, we're going to focus more on sort of the watercraft inspection things and some other relevant topics. So yeah, thank you everybody for joining and contributing today, and we look forward to another good day of a meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.